Numbers drive our leadership councils. And we are so privileged and lucky to have one member who spent a lifetime in the Air Force, another lifetime as a school in the teaching in schools, and a third one being a state representative in Arizona. Sorry, I don't know what it is about Arizona you got me today. New Mexico, thank you. Debbie Seriana has been truly one of our most inspirational elected officials as part of EOPA from the very beginning. The very first congressional visit we did when we went to Congress and met with members over the Land and Water Conservation Act, she was there leading the team, leading the way. Since then, New Mexico has been the second state to be a majority female-led legislature, which in itself is amazing. No small part due to her leadership, as well as they've passed multiple pieces of legislation and introduced legislation to push the boundaries in the heart of the Permian Basin, which is where the fossil fuels are. I mean, they made a whole series about it, right? Gas landman. And so it's a tough job, but she's leading the way. And so we're so privileged and honored that she leads our National Leadership Council with Representative Paul Evans. So Debbie Seriana, please take the stand.
Thank you, Alex. It's an honor to be here today. I'm not as old as you made me sound, all those things I've done. Close, but well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Elected Officials Protecting America Energy Security Summit. I'm a high school math teacher, I was, and this is harder than teaching all the millions of kids I've taught. So anyway, I am New Mexico State Representative and a co-chair, like Alex said, of EOPA's National Council and an Air Force veteran. I'm honored to open the summit today by telling you a little about my work with EOPA. Back in 2018, I signed an EOP letter to protect America's public lands by funding the Land and Water Conservation Act. Like many of you, you got the letter you signed on. A short while later, I got a call asking me to fly to DC and visit the congressional members and to show them that 80 state lawmakers who were veterans signed a letter to advocate for our precious land and water. When I realized my students would gain from my experience of their teacher coming to DC to advocate for something that I believed in, and maybe their teacher needed a break from my freshmen and seniors, but not really, I found myself on a plane. As we spoke to members on Capitol Hill, they listened to why we were compelled to protect our public lands, and the legislation was enacted into law. When I retired from teaching, I took on more responsibility in the New Mexico State Legislature, and I've never turned back. Working with fellow like-minded lawmakers who help mitigate the climate crisis and energize the economy with clean energy technologies that will protect Americans is my new mission. Living in New Mexico, where the Permian Basin is one of the largest emitters of ozone precursors, and where the oil and gas industry is very powerful, we saw that so much this year in the legislature, this mission has become an extremely important one. And EOPA has helped all along the way with many amazing opportunities. And you can call Dominic and he will find any expert for you in a minute. It was great this year. I needed him so much with my bills. I've taken the course in public leadership they offered at the University of San Francisco, like many of you, and it's amazing. I've flown to Glasgow, Scotland for the United Nations annual climate summit, known as COP. It was COP 26. In Glasgow, I met many people from around the world, and many of them knew New Mexico for two things: Breaking Bad and the ozone precursors. But Breaking Bad, everybody knew. I've also been part of many press conferences and webinars in New Mexico. I share a passion with EOPA for positive change. As together we protect our democracy, our land, our air, and our water for all our people, from all threats, domestic and foreign, as the oath we swear as veterans and as elected officials take state. Our collective voices as lawmakers and as veterans really must be heard. It helps our joint mission to protect all with liberty and justice for all, for a clean, energy secure future. Again, welcome to EOP's Energy Security Summit, and thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Seriana. So what is the purpose of us coming together, right? Well, obviously we can have fun and get to know each other, network, enjoy some good food, enjoy amazing company. And that's really important is because we're building the connections as we go into this work that can be challenging. And we can say, hey, Gregor in Hawaii, I know you're 2,500 miles away, or 5,000 if I'm in Maine. Um, let's chat about this, and he has amazing ideas, right? That's invaluable in itself. But additionally, the time right now is uniquely important. I recently had the interesting time over the last 3 months, most of the 100 days of the first administration, uh, having visibility and being in meetings between the White House, the Office of Secretary of Defense, um, Joint Chiefs, Northern Command. And it gave me an interesting perspective. The mission itself was, we would say, disturbing in other ways. But the intel and the information and how things are happening was eye-opening, right? So it became very, very clear that it's not about the border, right? We inherently know this. If you were talking about that, we wouldn't cancel USAID in South America, right? Because instantly, guess who moved in as soon as we moved out? China and Russia, right? I wish Europe moved in, but that's what happened, right? And so it's a very deliberate set of actions when it happens, right? So the first thing you want to do is make the Department of Defense the lead federal agency, right? Second, you would say, hey, let's assign terrorist organizations. So now we have a villain or a bad guy to go after. Now, the one thing going for the folks who don't want this to move forward is that the cartels don't exactly want to mess with their biggest customer, right? So uh, although on the flip side, they're the fifth largest employer or so in Mexico, and there's 100 to 300,000 cartel members in the US, right? So you could see how making them the enemy or the villain can be appealing to then use other acts that require more support. So the Alien Enemies Act of 1793. Next would be the Insurrection Act, which would mean 1.1 million active duty soldiers, Marine sailors, Guardians now with Space Force, right? And others would then be basically the administration's police force within the US, which is extremely dangerous, right? And then you have the Alien Sedition Act, where we were able to round people up in camps. Now, fortunately, you don't see these camps being made on military installations, and we haven't seen the Insurrection Act be recommended to the president because of a lot of work that happened behind the scenes. And that's where it's really important that folks in this room have that ability to work behind the scenes and make an impact. You have the ability to call members of Congress up and other elected officials, elected official to elected official. And this is where it's vitally important, because if we go down the thread, right, of how you can erode democracy, say now you got the Insurrection Act passed. Well, if you were planning this, the next step would be to identify the white supremacists within the military and then put them in a platoon itself and then have them break up protests. And if they go too far, pardon them, right? Or deputize a militia here and there, right? You can see how this gets really dangerous really quick. And using the excuse way, hey, we got to take out this enemy in South America. And so it's not about the border, it's about ensuring these incremental steps that lead us down a slope that's eroding our democracy. But this is not just about the US, right? And it's not just about one person. It's a win-win-win for multiple agencies, right? Because who were the individuals that created Project 2025, right? Heritage Foundation, Cato Institute, and who created them? Any guesses? Exactly, yes. So Cato Institute was founded by the Koch brothers, right? ExxonMobil sold all its assets and then went straight to be from an energy company to an oil and gas company. And they made the decision to then in 1992 dig in and say, we're doing just oil and gas, And then they killed the BTU tax when Al Gore and Clinton were championing that. And that was their first taste of victory. And they won every single major legislative victory up until the Inflation Reduction Act. So this is their longer term plan to win again. And it's been deliberately laid out, right? So the biggest winners in all this are actually the fossil fuel industry, because it's so much easier to control and work with a single person who's in charge than a democracy, right? And we see this worldwide. Who are most in OPEC? Are they all democracies or are they autocratic dictators? Right. And it's designed that way because when you have a single source of energy fueling that government, it's very easy to have an autocratic country. With the exception of Norway and a few others, that's pretty much the case around the world. And so it's a win for someone who wants to control. It's a win for the fossil fuel industry worldwide, because now they would have a country, the largest economy in the world still, focused on fossil fuels and being able to control this single source of energy. Additionally, who are all the friends of Putin? Fossil fuel countries, right? And so, and who's friends with them? China. And there's no illusions that China actually isn't benefiting right now, amazingly, because with the tariffs, is it going to hurt them or help them right now? Help them, right? Because now they're viewed as the ones standing up to the US. And they're getting a lot of media attention on that. They're standing firm with it, right? But do you think the leadership in China is going to be harmed by the tariffs? No, it's their people. Yeah, Americans and the Chinese regular folks who are just working really hard to stay afloat under extreme surveillance, right? So this is, you can see how this translates from what supposedly is the border security to a deliberate plan long-term to change actually and continue fossil fuel control while ensuring a win for the oligarchs, ensuring a win for administration that wants to centralize power, and it's a win for Russia and China, right? So this is the environment that we're in right now. But it's interesting, we could go two ways. And it hasn't gone all to their liking, right? It's shifted, and they've had roadblocks. You don't see hundreds or thousands of people in DOD camps right now. There's a reason for that. We don't see the Insurrection Act enacted right now. There's a reason for it, right? The courts and the support here. And I was talking to the ICLEI folks earlier. It's a strategy to put everything all at once and see what sticks, right? And so when we can't give them any ground, especially in that, and that's where it's really important at the local and state level. So the exciting part here is there are holes in the plan, and they're not counting on us actually organizing and putting our value sets forward, because most Americans value democracy, right? And so this is where it gets actually quite exciting, because we have a population base here that's very credible to counter it. So if you're a veteran, please raise your hand, right? So thank you. Um, and so as veterans, we have the unique credibility to be able to say, we fought and we worked hard to protect these value sets and our public lands, right? That's a unique thing we can say from that time in service. And we can be on the front lines of it, backed up by those literally on the front lines of climate change, the business community, and others who believe in these values, right? And this is really important that we all work together in this. And we can do a number of things. The town halls are gaining steam, right? So if we want to like say, hey, hold someone accountable, let's have a town hall with vets leading it and others backing up and say, hey, what you're doing is not right. And hold it, that's that bit of accountability where they see, oh, it's not going to be so easy right there, right? So these are strategies that we're working on as EOPA in conjunction with our national task force that was formed with the Department of Energy, previous one, and we're transforming that into this ability to ensure that we have the tools to block what's happening horribly, and at the same time continue implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act and protecting the tax credits, the EV standards, and others, because we can still move forward. Because the one thing that is very different under Trump 2 than Trump 1, we're a nonpartisan organization, by the way, just to be clear, is that, but this goes beyond partisanship, as we well know, right? Is that we actually have billions and billions of dollars to work with. And that's an amazing legacy of the Biden administration, and that is still there. And the courts are upholding it. So we still need to continue the implementation and protect the tax credits that are there, because a lot of Republicans, 21 Republicans signed a letter saying we want to keep it. Now, we have no illusions that when it comes to getting pressured, not all 21 will stick with it. That's why we need to be able to give them back cover, right? And veterans have one ability to say, hey, we're giving the national security reason to do that back cover. We can give you the economic reason of the back cover, and we can give you the health reason for the back cover, depending on the communities we're working with, right? And thirdly, we can go on the offensive. When they say we want to sell our public lands to create a sovereign wealth fund for the US and a crypto reserve, we can say, okay, yes, absolutely, let's have a sovereign wealth fund for energy security, but fund it by an extraction fee and an exportation fee, like at most other countries in the world. So that we can be creative and fun with this too, because this works, right? Norway is successful because they've done something like that. So, long way to say that the solution sets that you're coming up with your tables and the ones during the breakout session are really, really important. So we want to hear from you what these solution sets are. For instance, like Ukraine with the wind turbines. Kevin, where you at? Yeah, utilizing the tax credits and the wind turbines to reduce the cost of startup. We wouldn't have thought of that ourselves, right? But he put it into the certificate program, and now it's a real program, which is amazing, right? So you're going to have ideas at the community level that we can uplift and share with others too. So that's one of the purposes when we get to the breakout session. So the purpose of this summit is, yes, we're going to have fun. We're going to have a wonderful time with everyone. At the same time, we want to figure out what those actionable items are and then move forward with them when we're here. So we can take back your suggestions and everything, and then we'll be in contact with you like, hey, here's the program we're running, and we'd love to see you involved. So it's exciting to see everyone here, and thank you, thank you, thank you. And continuing our theme of energy security, one of the most credible messengers, sadly not by anything their choice, they were invaded by Putin, and so we created an energy security Marshall Plan for Ukraine through our certificate in public leadership. And it's been inspiring to work with the Ukrainians on their resilience, determination, and really inspiration to the world. Because if there's anyone who can say clean energy is making us more secure, it is Ukraine. So we would love to show a quick video about our Ukraine Energy Security Marshall Plan, and then I would love to invite Igor to come up.
War is a cruel teacher. It has taught us to install 1.5 gigawatts of distributed solar and build 19 wind turbines in a combat zone to protect our children, communities, and environment. But this is bigger than Ukraine. Removing our dependence on fossil fuels is the strongest action we can take to increase international security to protect Ukraine, Europe, and the planet. Only 0.46% of Ukraine's solar and 0.4% of its wind potential is needed to meet the entire country's electricity needs. Ukraine had the potential to power Europe 6 times over. Since the beginning of the war, Russia earned at least $752 billion in revenue from fossil fuel exports. We are paying for the bullets and bombs that are killing heroes and civilians fighting for our security and freedom. It is the imperative we change this sad and dangerous dependence. Ukrainians are brave and resistant, but we can't do this alone. Ukraine is leading the way. With your help, we will create a distributed power production system resilient to attacks, a Ukrainian energy security Marshall Plan. Secure, resilient, prosperous. Protect Ukraine. Protect the planet.
Ms. Igor Tregub. I'm a council member in Berkeley, California, one of the first Ukrainian-born electeds in Northern California. Certainly not going to be the last. I organize with EOPA because my family and friends continue to fight on the front lines of democracy. And anything we can do to divest from life-destroying fossil fuels is an opportunity to invest in life-affirming renewable energy. As you can see from the video, and some of the folks you've gotten to meet here today, there are others in our midst that are fighting on the front lines of energy democracy. The speaker I am honored to introduce is someone who has more than 15 years of professional experience in corporate finance, investments, and energy. Between 2014 and 2019, she served as a member of the Ukrainian parliament, leading the subcommittee on sustainable development. She currently works as an energy and investment advisor at the Ukrainian Institute for the Future, leading the think tank, developing strategic solutions for Ukrainian policies development. And during her time in office, the Ukrainian parliament has ratified the Paris Climate Agreement, joined the International Renewable Energy Agency, reshaped gas, electricity, and renewable markets. And the speaker herself has worked on Ukraine's energy resiliency plan. Without further ado, let's give it up for Ms. Natalia Katser-Bachowska. Thank you for being here, and Slava Ukraini!
Good day, everyone. First of all, I'm very delighted and honored to be here in this audience, and thanks for your attention for our country and constant support, because as you see, it's vitally important for Ukrainian, it's existential threat to we have and face. It's vitally important to keep energy running, because without energy, which is a base of any economy and security, we could not do a normal life, and people needs it's just for their existence. It's a very, very basic things which is needed for country resilience and surveillance. So since war started, let me show you the broader picture. So Russia attacked us and our energy infrastructure system, and especially now, it's become much more severe and not only targeted infrastructure, but also just normal civilians and the apartments. People are under huge attacks and pressure, like even recently. So Russia destroyed almost like 10 gigawatts of baseload energy supply, which is like a big part of our energy generation system, which causes a huge disruption into our country normal economy function. So how actually Ukrainian transformation, we couldn't wait until war end by obvious reasons. So we need to rebuild energy system while fighting at the same time, and the system, it of course is changing under these circumstances. So for instance, since as I mentioned yesterday, we had around, in 2019, around 12% renewables in our system, and Russia destroyed, let's say, half, But during the war since 2022, private companies, households, municipalities, they are very actively installing renewables and distributed energy system because it's much more agile and it's much more flexible and less exposed to the threat. Because it's very easy to destroy, for instance, power plants somewhere where Russians know, because we used to be a one system. They have all the coordinates, places, but it's very difficult to damage, for instance, wind farm in Carpathian Mountains, because it's much more physically it's much harder. So therefore people it's in nature, right? Start companies investing into renewables, distributed generation, battery storage. But of course, during this process, we are facing a challenge from, first of all, to finance this project, because if you come to normal like family office or banks and financial institution, of course they will not accept the risk. It's too high. Therefore, I also trying, and our company and our NGOs, we are established Green Resilience Facility, which is portfolio of green assets, and we are developing a green project like wind, solar, biomethane, battery storage, green infrastructure to attract funding for Ukrainian reconstruction and resilience. And at the same time, apart from this job, which is like commercial driven, of course, we are doing also establishing green finance market in Ukraine. So working with key financial centers to implement Ukraine and to plug Ukraine into global carbon markets, as it was mentioned, as it could be like selling carbons could be additional financial tool for Ukrainian reconstruction where our project can source funding. Second important thing is, of course, war insurance. For instance, to build a big wind farm or solar plant, you need to have insurance against physical disruption. And this insurance is already available from DFC, from World Bank, different governments very generously offers this insurance for foreign investors. It works, but it should be scaled up. And I believe there is many companies who are could accept war risk as they work, especially energy companies. They used to work in war zones, but this is something essential to get funding into the project. So I believe this is something which can change the system, and why Ukraine is important, not only like for our region, but globally. Ukraine owns a huge amount of resources and can be a European powerhouse. And of course, we also can, for instance, as a country, we can substitute many resources which comes from autocratic states. So for instance, you all know this very well now, aware about, for instance, rare earth minerals, which is necessary for global energy transition. And Ukraine are full of rare earths, and which obviously owned by 70% of which are owned by autocratic states. So in these regards, if with the right approach, and which is also necessary for energy transition for globally, we could be a very good substitute in all this value and supply chain. Ukraine also owns a great infrastructure, so we are very well connected, being in the center of Europe. We are very well connected by sea, by the biggest gas transportation system in Europe. So we own like 25% of gas storages in Europe, which is huge amount, where even now, during the war, global and American companies store gas and then resell it, and making region more resilient and taking part in this infrastructure. This infrastructure could be used not only for natural gas. This infrastructure could be used, for instance, for green ammonia, hydrogen, which can be produced in Ukraine with our plenty of resources. Coming back, for instance, for the diversification, so there is a lot of advocates of nuclear, to be deployed in Ukraine's SMRs, which is, I'm not opposed totally, but I say that it's maybe clean, but very dangerous in our land, because Russia would not disappear, and whatever we'll have, which kind of setup, now we have a very bad example when the biggest nuclear station, the Parisian nuclear station, kept in Russian hands, where they tortured personnel, they mine it, they blown up the biggest dump, which cooled down the reactors. So this is actually the bomb which is used by a dictator to blackmail not only Ukraine, because nuclear and all these atoms has no boundaries. So if we can keep war in like our territory, but if there will be catastrophe, it will be far more worse than Chernobyl. So therefore, this is a huge problem, and I believe that we should be very smart in applying nuclear on our territories. And not only in Ukraine, for instance, in Belarus, they also have a nuclear station, which is like 60 kilometers from Lithuanian capital city, which is also outdated and used as an energy security threat. So we also had this example with Nord Stream, which I was very much opposed during my time in parliament, and it was blown up like in one day. So leaving, for instance, Germany without, they were 70% dependent on supply from Gazprom. So all these examples show that we should be much smarter planning our new energy system, which is now on the way. And there is always temptation to come back to something which is like easy and cheaper, like coal generation. And we shouldn't be smart enough to, for instance, to help like these initiatives, companies, municipalities to enable them to build green and more diversified and more resilient system. So this needs, of course, insurance, funding, technology, because I also said if we would apply like the same time as it's normal, it will take us ages to rebuild Ukraine. We should bring the best technology which will accelerate the transition and reconstruction and move as fast as we can, not only green, but build back a best solution. So this, yes. It will help us like to be as much efficient as we can and restore the system. So maybe the last point, if we are talking about practical things, is infrastructure. Ukraine is very well connected to European states. We have Black Sea, we can build hubs, green ammonia, hydrogen production, and also like to store energy. So infrastructure is something which we also share with globally. It's not only like European, regional Ukraine, where we can be a very good strong, resilient part of energy supply chain. And with what happened just recently in Europe with all these blackouts, you see it's necessary. It's necessary to have this backup system to support the system regionally, globally. And here we can not only take, we also can contribute a lot for energy security and resilience. I would maybe stop here and like if you have a question, so we'll discuss afterwards. Mm-hmm.
So I need to take the slogan, build back best. That's what we should have used. Because it is the best source of energy. So in this spirit, like we said, this is a conference of action. So if you can please look in your packets and you'll see a card. And if you're interested in partnering with a Ukraine city or a state or oblast, just fill it out with your name and put it in the basket. So for context, the Energy Security Marshall Plan for Ukraine, it consists of 3 areas. One is finding ways to provide investment to Ukraine. And the first thing that needs to happen is geopolitical risk insurance for energy. Now, the great thing about clean energy, it's unbelievably resilient, so it's a great investment. But the perception out there is that it's not, because the gas plants blow up and the nuclear plants are vulnerable, right? So, but a wind turbine, it's like trying to hit a toothpick in a field with a missile, and the missile that can take it out costs more than the turbine. And distributed solar, as we heard, 1.5 gigawatts of solar was built in Ukraine, distributed, which means it is extremely resilient because you can never take out that much solar. You could repair it in a day. And so providing the geopolitical risk insurance for that is something we're working on. Second is an energy security bank, similar and based on the Inflation Reduction Act, Solar for All program. And then the third is finding the innovative ideas here, from nature-based solutions to tax credits to new technologies that will come out of our public leadership certificate program and into the field in Ukraine and frankly around the world. Because what's happening there, everything Natalia said here could be applied to US cities and states too, and making us more resilient and much more secure. So it's exciting to see that Ukraine is able to do this even during a war zone. If the Ukraine can do it, we can certainly do it. So we really appreciate any support. So if you're interested in that program, just fill out the card and put it in the center. Excellent. So our next round is going to actually focus on protecting our Inflation Reduction Act. So Dominic, where you at? There you go.
Good morning. How's everyone doing this morning? We got excellent. We got a good evening, and those of you that got to do yoga this morning, I heard that it went very well. Thank you, Deborah, for leading us through that. Wonderful. So yeah, as Alex said, we're moving into talking about the Reduction Act investments. And we know these are historic investments that we need to protect because they have the opportunity to transform our nation and the world. And we also know that, as we just heard from Natalia, that climate and energy security leadership comes from all around the world, and it comes from all across the United States. And as we learned last night, that's why we did our United for Health and Energy Security EV tour to highlight the solutions in states and cities across the country. And it's not an accident that we concluded our tour in the great state of Georgia, because Georgia is on the forefront of political transformation, on the forefront of energy transformation, and on the forefront of action. So that's why we're so excited to welcome to the stage our speaker, Mayor Van Johnson from Savannah, Georgia. He's from Brooklyn, go New York State. He's served since 2004. I've been a long time elected official, and we're so grateful because we've been able to do the press conference with the EOPA in Savannah, and so grateful for your leadership. Mayor Van Johnson from Savannah, Georgia.
Thank you and good morning. It is such an honor to be here with all of these amazing field generals, particularly at times such as this, particularly at times when the word protect is really an active verb, where it requires exertion, and it requires effort, it requires intentionality, and it requires a sense of purpose to protect America, to protect our progress, to protect our gains, to protect our future, to protect our democracy, to protect our neighbors, to protect our friends, to protect our environment, to protect Mother Earth. And so this is not a time or a movement for the weak, or for the faint, or for the scared, or for the spineless. For us, although it may not be a partisan fight, it is a political fight. And we have to make sure that we are doing what we can to win this war for generations. In Georgia, we don't travel alone. I have the chairman of our county commission here, Reverend Chester Ellis. Chester, would you raise your hand? So, just in case things, y'all give a round of applause. In case things get rough in here, Georgia can handle business, right? So I got all these Georgia, where Georgia at? Georgia. That's how we do in Georgia. We ride hard, ride strong and together. I'm glad also I'm the president of the African American Mayors Association and the second vice president of the National League of Cities. But today I am, as always, representing the city of Savannah, Georgia's first city, the oldest and boldest city in Georgia, steeped in history, rooted in resilience, and committed to a cleaner, more equitable energy future. For us, energy security is local security. And for us, energy security is economic security. For us, energy security is public health security. For us, energy security is equity, period. And so our journey toward our energy security plan is guided by our bold vision, which is called 100% Savannah Plan. Our council adopted a climate action plan, which is a comprehensive roadmap with 45 initiatives that fall into 5 core areas: energy efficiency, renewable energy, transportation and mobility, community and economic development, and education and engagement. And so this shapes a strategy for us that is practical, is scalable, and for us is community driven. One of our flagship efforts is our partnership with what's called Cherry Street Energy. And so through this collaboration, we have installed 27 solar arrays on 27 city-owned buildings, with 2 phases already completed and more to come. Since March of 2023, we have generated over 2.5 gigawatt hours of clean energy, the equivalent of saving nearly 2 million pounds of coal or 200,000 gallons of gasoline. Did you hear that? 2.5 gigawatts of hours of clean energy, 2 million pounds of coal, 200,000 pounds of gasoline. All of this was achieved without a dime in upfront cost, thanks to our 25-year solar energy purchase agreement. Cherry Street Energy owns and maintains the systems, and we pay a fixed kilowatt per hour, saving money, reducing emissions, and building long-term energy independence. We're also driving towards energy efficiency, thanks in part to our guaranteed energy savings performance contract with McKinstry. Backed by federal funding from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, we've upgraded 27 city facilities with LED lighting and weatherization. The improvements address deferred maintenance and are expected to generate $3.48 million in savings over 20 years. And they will pay for themselves totally in 12 years. But energy transition is not just about the buildings, and it's not just about the kilowatts, it's about people. And that's why we were really glad and excited and happy to launch a program called it's under the EPA's G2G Environmental Justice Grant. For us, we have to bring everybody along. And so in partnership with some local griots that we know called Harambe House, South Face Institute, and WorkSource Coastal, this was an opportunity to really bring people along this journey. But then we woke up one morning recently and found out that it was doged. The grant was terminated. But the work that we began to connect the low and moderate income households with energy efficient solutions and to train local workers to carry them out continues. Just because we don't have the funding doesn't mean the work isn't important. And we're going to find a way to continue that work as a part of our broader equity and resilience strategy. And one of our most exciting and new initiatives is our participation in what's called the Georgia Bright Communities Initiative, which won a $156 million grant award from the Solar for All program. Savannah played a major role in securing this win, and we know now that we'll be working along cities like Atlanta and Decatur, local nonprofits and businesses to bring solar directly to the communities who need it most. It should not be just for the rich and famous. It should not just be for the geeks and those who do those types of things. It should be for everybody. And so that means solar leasing options for renters and for homeowners, community benefit installations for nonprofits, utility-led community solar, and even free, I say free, systems for extremely low-income households. Finally, through our work through the Southeast Energy Efficiency Alliance, we are preparing our commercial and multifamily buildings for the future. By analyzing the costs and benefits of upgrades, especially in economically disadvantaged areas, we are now laying the groundwork for resilient and affordable building performance standards, not just for Savannah, but for communities across Georgia and beyond. I'll end the way I started, in Savannah. We believe that energy security is local security. In Savannah, we believe that energy security is economic security. We believe that energy security is public health security. We believe that energy security is equity, period. And most of all, it's a moral imperative. So we're really proud of the steps that we've taken. We're even more excited about what happens next. We know that the race is not given to the swift or to the strong, but to he and she or they that hold out. And so we will continue to work alongside you as you continue to work aside us. Bad times don't last always. And it's in times like this that character is built. And if we're about what we really say we're about, we will outlast this. That ends my announcement. Thank you all.
And we look forward to also when you're the next governor too. That was just my own personal comment. We'd love, and the value of political leadership, as we can see. Thank you so much, Mayor Van Johnson, for your leadership. And that's a great segue and setting up just the importance of why it's so critical that we protect as well as implement the Inflation Reduction Act, as we need to ensure that these funds, this historic investment, makes it to the communities that it by law is required to serve. So that's why we're excited to welcome up our next panel, which is on operationalizing and protecting the Inflation Reduction Act. And I'll just give so if the panelists could make their way up. I'll introduce our moderator, Saharnas from ICLEI, Executive Director, who is a member of ICLEI's global senior management team. She's worked in state government in California, leading the way, Go City Planners, through the Office of Planning and Research. And ICLEI, if you don't know, is a global organization focused on connecting local elected officials since 1991 around the world, really a pioneer in global to local climate action. We've been so grateful for our longtime partnership with Kale and with Saharnas and the whole ICLEI team. And on a personal note, I've had the opportunity to know ICLEI global staff as well as ICLEI USA and ICLEI Europe. And I owe forever a debt of gratitude because it is through ICLEI that I met my partner, and we have an 8-year-old daughter. So ICLEI has a grandchild.
Wow, congrats.
So grateful. And she said, and the legacy lives on because she says, when I'm president, we will have no more dirty cars, only clean cars for clean air. So grateful for Morel every day to ICLEI. So with that, I'll introduce Saharnas, who will introduce our panelists.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. It's great to be here with you all. I dodged a family gathering this weekend, and one of the friends said like, oh, why not attending? I said like, oh, I'm going to an event in DC. And I was like, for what? So like, I'm talking about IRA. It's like, oh, you're talking about the retirement plan? I was like, no, I'm not talking about your retirement plan, but we're talking about a plan that hopefully will help the planet retire later and like help us like beat the expectations and like make sure that we are all safe in this environment. And this is it's not every day that we got to talk about a plan that has such a big and ambitious goals in mind to delivering for our environment, to create jobs, and also help with rebuild and manufacturing in the United States. I am Saharnas Mirzazad. I'm Executive Director of ICLEI USA. We are headquartered in Denver, Colorado, but we are all remote organization. Initially, we were founded in California, with a very ambitious goal to raise the local actions through the climate negotiations process at the time and make sure that the local voices are heard and they're in forefront of the decision making. We have 500 members in the United States, and we work with 1,200 cities and local governments to support them in the climate action planning processes. If your community is not yet a ICLEI member, I have 3 of my colleagues in the room that I would ask them to raise their hands. We would love to have you to be a member of ICLEI. But with that, I would like to go over like some basic facts about IRA. The act passed in 2022, and in more significant climate and clean energy investment in the United States history, delivering over $369 billion to reduce emission, boost domestic manufacturing, create jobs, and cut customer cost. Since then, it created hundreds of jobs, reshaped the supply chain, and yes, definitely sparked some lawsuits and drama recently. Today, we are here to talk about how to operationalize this sweeping law and how to protect it, especially in the face of ongoing legal and political challenges. At ICLEI USA, we have been very fortunate to receive IRA-related funding through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. ICLEI was awarded $66 million via the Coalition of Green Capital to implement a municipal investment fund, which will provide $250,000 grants to 104 communities and award up to $2 million to 10 communities for public-private partnership for accelerating the clean energy. Unfortunately, like many other things, the funds are currently frozen despite being held in a private account, and the matter is now under review by DC Circuit. And while we are confident about the legal outcome, we are just waiting to see when we can deliver these funds to the communities. And if you are doing an outreach, just know that these funds should be part of your advocacy work and making sure that they are protected and they can move forward. Mm-hmm. With that, I am here with very esteemed group of panelists, which I would like to introduce them. The first person is Chris Castro, Senior Vice President at Climate First Bank, where he leads national strategy on sustainable financing and climate-aligned lending. Formerly Chief of Staff at the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of the State and Community Energy Programs. Chris has long been a force in local climate action, from founding ideas for U.S. to serving as Orlando's Director of Sustainability. If you didn't know, Chris is passionate about ocean. He's a certified diver, has been surfing since age 10, and once played drum in Florida-based reggae band, and I heard that he was aiming to fill Bob Marley's shoes. The next person, Kate Crook. She's partner at Linkwell, leading on EV infrastructure and electrification strategies across the US. And Kate bought her first electric car in 2015. Is it still running?
So ironically, it actually is still running, but it is not street legal. Okay. Because my son, who is now 20, will be 21 next week, he got it when we gave it to him when he was 16, and he didn't notice that the frame was rotting. So on kids, they're great, right? So the battery on that 2015 car still works. We still use it around our home, but it cannot be on the road right now. But more about that later. Fun story. Kids are great.
And the next person is Ron Pierce, former director of the Office of the Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization at the U.S. Department of Energy, and a proud veteran focused on equitable access to clean energy resources. And Ron recently visited Scotland, his 105th country. Impressive.
I didn't
Wow.
know. Wow, Ron.
I don't know how to beat that number.
Goals.
Yes. So I would love to start the panel with a general question and asking you, why do you think is IRA an important work? And can you share a story where you have seen it make a real difference? And I will start with you.
Sure, I'm happy to start. Hi, everyone. Again, great. Good morning. Yeah, I mean, I think the Inflation Reduction Act certainly was the greatest investment that this country and any country has ever made to address the climate crisis and really accelerate clean energy from an industrial economic strategy, right? To kind of pivot this country based on fossil fuel energy to one that's based on carbon-free energy. To me, I think that the IRA had two very important indicators. One, it indicated that clean energy is on sale. Essentially, for a decade, these tax credits, these rebates that were enabled through the Inflation Reduction Act were really providing tools to consumers, to businesses, and other individuals in order for them to be part of this transition. And it was part of a bigger framework, right? We had the IRA, but we also had the CHIPS and Science Act that was passed the prior summer that was focused on onshoring supply chains and boosting domestic manufacturing of clean energy here in the United States. And of course, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, which is really about investing in our infrastructure and resilience and our labor and our workforce, right? And so when you looked at the trifecta, that was what we called the Investing in America agenda in the Biden-Harris administration, and was very focused on this big industrial transition to one that's powered by carbon-free energy. So I think one was this indicator that clean energy is on sale, and two was a very clear intentionality around ensuring that environmental justice was at the core of how these resources were to be deployed in our communities. And I think everything from the Justice 40 initiative to the adders, the low-income adders on the tax credits, these were all indicators of how can we ensure that as we were deploying clean energy, that we were doing so in a just and an equitable way, one that boosted wealth creation, especially for our minority communities. So I think the IRA was tremendous in doing that, and more underscore the reason why we need to protect it as much as we possibly can, and working with our representatives, because it truly, in my opinion, is the catalyst to get us to that carbon-free economy that we're trying to get to.
Do you have any local examples that you want to share with us?
In terms of the IRA, yeah, I mean, in my role at the Department of Energy, I, served as the chief of staff for a newly formed office, and this office was focused on supporting many of you in your communities. It was the Office of State and Community Energy Programs, or SCEP for short. Believe it or not, the office still exists today. There are new appointees in that office that are continuing the work. But the interesting thing is DOE realized that in order for us to achieve these broad goals, energy security goals, energy abundance, dominance, all of the current terminology that we're talking about still is relevant today. And in order for us to be effective, that we needed to establish these new functions. In SCEP, we had one of the biggest pieces of the IRA, and it was called the Home Energy Rebates Program. And this initiative was about $9 billion that flowed to all of the state energy offices in order for them to establish rebate programs for their consumers, so that individuals that go to the big box store to get their next hot water heater or engaging with contractors can actually have a rebate at the point of sale, so that the reduction of the cost happens immediately. They're not having to fill out a rebate coupon code and file it and get money back. No, the idea was at the point of sale, we're going to reduce the purchase price with these rebates, which ultimately made clean energy more accessible. It made these technologies that are improving indoor quality and saving us money and improving the climate, it made it more accessible. And the good news is we basically designed the program so that at least half of those dollars flowed to individuals that are at the 80% AMI and below, right? Our lowest income households. So half of the money that the states had to deploy required to go to low and moderate income, and at least 40% and 10% to low income affordable housing, right? So this was how we at DOE were trying to ensure the intentionality behind the rebates. And I'll say that over half of the states by January 20th applied and were able to receive these dollars. And I think that that's important to note, that before we left the building, before I left the building on January 20th, 80% of the money that we had at DOE for bill and IRA funds were deployed. They were obligated out the door, cannot be pulled back. And from a clean energy perspective, it was upwards of $96 billion of money, right, into our communities. This money, it cannot be clawed back, is starting to go to work, is hiring individuals, is creating, opportunities for contractors. So I think it's important for us to realize that the work is still happening.
Thank you, Chris. Kate?
I'm so glad that you went first, because so I'm from Linkwell, and Linkwell is based in Schenectady, New York, which is an EJ community. As many of you may know, it is also the original electric city. I don't care what Scranton, Pennsylvania says. Sorry, PA. Schenectady, New York is the electric city, home of General Electric, and we have a history of innovation in our city. So Linkwell is a US-based electric vehicle charging hardware manufacturer and network software provider. And I know we're going to get into the software side of pieces when it comes to energy security with EV critical infrastructure. But Linkwell is in the top 10 public charging networks in the entire USA. We are third in the Northeast. We have nearly 5,000 assets in the ground or under development in 40 states and in Guam. And we have networks from Alaska to Florida. We are part of the Inc. 5,000 fastest growing businesses for the past 3 years in a row. And it's because the people who purchase from us and depend on us for their infrastructure are investing in a US business. The IRA has offered communities the opportunity to use grants and rebates and funding to purchase products that are domestically based, that come from software manufacturers and from businesses that are being started up because there is a need for it, because this is what the IRA was all about. In 2016, when the company started, we used to be called Livingston Energy Group. We rebranded and came up with a fresh new brand identity, but we're still the same people who started in 2016 with 2 employees. And in 2025, we have almost 100 employees, a 20,000 square foot manufacturing facility where we're building level 2 charging stations, the actual hardware here in the United States, in upstate New York, not in the city, in upstate New York, putting people to work. From any of you who might be familiar with Schenectady, when General Electric, put things overseas 20 years ago, it had a huge economic impact on our community. People left, the jobs left, and so did the people. Linkwell is excited to be bringing that back. We have that strong backbone of innovation and manufacturing. The community, everybody's, grandpa and grandmas worked for General Electric on the Works factory, and now we have that opportunity to bring it back because we have invested. I recently did a one-pager, because everybody likes nice, concise pieces of information nowadays, with the Center for Economic Development in the Capital Region of New York. And they found, and when they studied what happens when you invest $1 million of what is happening is funding opportunities, those grants and rebates and incentives, $1 million is equivalent to 5 new jobs in our community. Which, when you take that back to your communities, I would love for everybody to purchase products from us. But the reality is there's other companies like ours across the country that when you invest in them in your local communities to build your infrastructure, you are adding the jobs that we need to continue in our society today, and jobs that are onshore and domestic and putting our people to work. So I'm so excited to be here. I know I've seen it. So our company is living and breathing and investing and building the American infrastructure that we need because these bills and regulations have been implemented. Something's got to kickstart, folks. Clean energy change is hard. Change is hard. We're all in this, right? Like, as leaders, it's very hard to be the person that raises their hand and convinces others to take action. And especially investing in a smaller company isn't always easy. You want to go to those big box stores, and they have a place in our economy as well. But when we support our local communities and we take those resources from our national leaders, invest it down to our states and then into our local communities, we are putting people to work, and we're envisioning and able to make our communities stronger. So I will talk more later, but the IRA, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Sciences Act, bringing the components that we need to build items that are fueling our new electric revolution, we need to bring them onshore to be able to have a better supply chain to continue to invest locally. So that's the long and short of it, is that these funds are making a difference. Our company wouldn't be here without them, and I hope more can continue to invest and we can continue to build more across the country.
Thank you. And same question to you, Ron.
No, first of all, thank you for inviting me, EOPA, and it's a pleasure to be here. But what Chris and Kate just said, just briefly, I'm going to follow up on and just say ditto. Because Chris is a former colleague of mine. We both work at the Department of Energy, and his office, SCEP, and my office, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, took those 3 acts, IRA, Bill, CHIPS Act. And as Chris eloquently described, there was intentionality on how we're going to get this money invested into the community, into your communities, establish and move forward this clean energy, renewable energy revolution, and from point of purchase benefits to where I focused on bringing in new small businesses, workforce development. We didn't, and I know Alex said we're a bipartisan organization, but I'm going to get a little partisan here. We didn't tell our story as great as Chris and Kate just did. What those 3 acts did to advance clean energy and renewable energy was brilliant by the last administration. At the core, small part of what my office was doing from those funds was to expand the outreach to make sure all communities, all small businesses that had not participated with the federal government in any form were brought to the table and say, here's a new revolution. We want to make sure all of you are involved and can advance. And each year that I had the honor to lead that small business office, we had about 900 new, never before small businesses participating in IRA funding, bill funding, CHIPS funding. Small businesses were brought to the table. That's 2,700 plus new small businesses that had never done work with the federal government. Through those 3 legislative acts, I had the honor to engage, bring forward, say, when the labs and program offices said, hey, I couldn't find a woman-owned small business to do this, or minority-owned small business to do this, or veteran-owned small business to do that, and say, no, I've got them for you. Here they are. They're qualified. They're from your communities. Talk to them. Let them present. Once they presented, they were awarded contracts. 2,700 small businesses.
Incredible.
Right? That's what the last administration did. That's what our former boss did, Secretary Granholm. And as Kate so, again, eloquently described, when you're giving a contract to a small business and they employ people, that's exponential growth. And so that's what those 3 acts did. And the last thing I'll say, and Mayor Johnson inspired me with his comments, if we're about what we say we're about, we'll find a way around this. This is where we all need to step up, network, find out, hey, how are you doing that? You, Mayor Johnson, you got this program with renewable energy and you don't have money. Well, guess what? This brilliant man over here, Chris Castro, and his new role at the climate banks, there are ways to do this. And Chris, you'll remember this. At our last gathering, what Secretary Granholm told us, she read a letter from Grant to the Union soldiers when it was bleak, and read it to us about we need to continue to go forward. Well, that's where we are now. As Mayor Johnson said, if we're about what we say we're about, it's going to be harder, but within this room, there are solutions and ideas on how to do it, how to get around it, how to keep pushing forward. And the IRA and bill and the CHIPS Act have given us the seed money to continue. There'll be hurdles and halts, but there are ways to continue it. I'll share that more in my realm for small businesses, but thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right, Ron.
I would like to follow up on your point. we are in very uncertain times and everything looks very unclear, but I really like to know, how do you think that we can still maximize the benefit coming from IRA and investment and how to protect it? Are there any ideas that you would like to share with this room?
Just very quickly, and I'll be brief. So in each of the federal agencies, there's a OSDBU office, very easy acronym to remember, but those are being hollowed out. The silver lining within the Department of Energy around the IRA, our national labs, gyms of the federal government. I wish I could give everyone a trip to our national labs because we do some amazing things there. Amazing things. Chris can attest to.
Mm-hmm.
But each of them have small business program offices that are not being affected by the executive orders where there's been cease and desist, and a lot of things are under review as far as touching small businesses. Those, even on their national lab, they're independent contractors. So they are continuing on to work with, contract with, provide awards to small business from IRA funds that have gone out already to those national labs. So I tell you, as leaders in your community, as elected officials, your constituents, if they're in the small business arena, have a small business, to contact, and I will share with EOPA, the small business offices at our 17 national labs, because they are continuing to look for and to work with small businesses because they have the funding, the IRA funding already, and they're continuing to do the work. The executive offices, the executive orders that the new administration has put in to slow down IRA, or potentially slow down, it's not working, and they are not subject to follow that. So they're continuing. That's something that
It's a good point, yeah.
your small businesses within your communities should be aware of, and I will provide those contacts of each of those small business and procurement offices at the national labs, because they're still looking for small businesses to work with.
Any other ideas?
Yeah, I definitely think so. Our governments are powerful convening partners, as you all know, right? When I was in the city of Orlando before I was appointed, I convened actually right after the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law was passed, and before the IRA was passed, I had convened what's called the Federal Funding Workshop. And it was essentially bringing together all of our, in the Orlando MSA, the Regional Planning Council, the county and city governments, the university, the public school system, right? The small organizations, literally to come together for a forum to identify the commonalities around our priorities for climate and equity-focused work. That convening now happens on a biannual basis in the city of Orlando. And it has allowed them to successfully be able to pull resources down. We worked with the Regional Planning Council to establish a Regional Resilience Collaborative, an R2C, that brought together, again, very conservative counties, as well as very progressive city and counties together to actually move forward, right, on resilience measures and find commonalities and policies. I still think the culture of collaboration and partnership that the local governments can establish is one of the most important things we can do to maintain the momentum that we have going on. I would also double down on joining a lot of the peer networks. During the first Trump administration, what happened when he pulled us out of the Paris Climate Agreement was mayors are the ones that stood up and established what? The Climate Mayors Movement. Now there's over 600 mayors across the country of all sizes together working on prioritizing. And then you have ICLEI, incredible organization for more of the practitioners. When I was in Orlando leading sustainability work, I was definitely an ICLEI member, part of their various cohorts and various peer learning opportunities. And then groups like USDN, right? The Urban Sustainability Directors Network. These are all different peer networks of governments that in these times come together to continue to share best practices, to, et cetera. And the last thing I'll say is on the ability for you to work with your financial institutions. I'm coming into this new role, right, as the executive vice president in a bank called Climate First Bank. We're a national FDIC-insured depository institution right? People all across the country have accounts with us, savings, deposit accounts. But the idea is that we're a B Corp, we're a public benefit corporation. And the idea is our collective deposits are what go to good, right? We only invest in values and mission aligned investments, from affordable housing to clean energy to small businesses to ESOP and helping to provide employee-owned cooperatives. A lot of different impact-related investments work. And when I've been doing the research on banking, even dating back to the inception of this country, the communities that you all represent were probably the ones that were chartered by the state to establish a community bank. In fact, in the beginning, before FDIC was around, it was the states that established these charters, and the locations where the charters were established became the population hubs. They became where small businesses located. They became where the infrastructure was built, and it built this country, quite frankly. Climate First Bank is a community bank through and through, right? Focused on investing. And I think it's important that as governments, they're beginning to step up to think about how we can act as a bank. In Montgomery County, Maryland here, they actually established an incredible, innovative green bank by themselves. What they did is they said, you know what? We're collecting fossil fuel taxes, right? From the sale of gasoline across our entire county. What we could do is actually take a percentage of that and fund a quasi-government that ultimately is supposed to make loans in our county that mitigates the emissions and the pollution from the gasoline sales. Brilliant model that should be replicated in every county government in the United States. And what we're doing now as a private bank, as a private capital provider, is we're partnering with Montgomery County, and we've created low-income products that essentially provide a zero interest loan for clean energy, for individuals to address the energy burden and for them to immediately save from day one by investing in solar. And there are ways in which we can bring ourselves together. So I think we got to get creative with convening. We have to continue to build this culture of collaboration within our communities with often actors that we haven't necessarily worked with very well. And we got to think about how to leverage our community partners, our community banks, our CDFIs, our credit unions, as a source of some of this capital to help us improve our community as well.
Thank you, Chris. I have a special question for you, Kate. I want to know, like in the context of what you mentioned, how does building EV charging hardware and software domestically contributes to U.S. energy security, reliability, and innovation?
Oh, that's a fabulous question. But if you don't mind, I do have one before that to answer over here to Chris. Is that one thing you brought up, and it seems like it's a simple solution when you talk about how you can make sure that this works, or solutions for going forward, is that when you as government agents and stewards of our public funds have an opportunity to make an investment, and this kind of goes together, something that I've learned over the past 10 years working in this industry is more and more about cooperative purchasing and procurement. And it's a fun and fascinating world about how you as a government agent can procure items. Check your local contracts. Before your communities are investing grant dollars and funding opportunities and using that monies, check where they're purchasing these products from, because these contracts, a lot of them have been stagnant. They've been around for a long time. And what we've tended to do is we've copy pasted. We've copied off of the procurement from Georgia, matches the one from Madison, Wisconsin, that matches New Jersey. And it's great. It made it easy. But what it's happened is it's become stale. And the contractors that are on those procurement options are the ones that are not in your communities. They are not US based. They are not, providing the hardwares and the software that's local to you or local to your communities. Again, I always say I would love for you to purchase from us as a New York manufacturer, but the reality is it might not work for you. But what I can say to replicate the success that our business has had is go back and make sure that your local businesses, the ones that are providing the services that you need, are from your community or from your state. We do not have to purchase products that are from foreign entities, but they are on your contracts. And when you don't look at it or you don't ask for it to be changed, we're just going to keep perpetuating purchasing and spending our US resources outside of our country. So if you have an option and there is a product or service that is made domestically, local, state, even again, nationally, take that route. Stop the perpetual cycle of purchasing products and services that, when we've told our country, invest in our country, and companies like ours are taking the initiative to build a factory, spend your money there. Spend your taxpayers' dollars there. It only makes sense because in doing so, you are putting more people back to work and you're putting the money that we've invested where it belongs.
Back into the community. Yes, and to make sure that you are focused on where you can go to take advantage of this, there's actually a whole website for local governments across the country to do EV collaborative purchasing. It's called driveevfleets.org. Driveevfleets.org. This was a partnership between the Electrification Coalition,
Climate mayors,
and a number of other groups. And now local governments can actually procure from this new bulk purchased contract for EVs, EV charging software.
just so happen to be on that contract.
And
It's a long time.
In Orlando, I bought over 200 electric vehicles through that contract for our parks department, our neighborhood services, you name it, community centers and more. And it helped us save roughly $2 to $3 grand per vehicle on the unit cost just through bulk purchase.
I got the note that we should wrap up this meeting.
Oh, man.
soon.
We're just getting in.
Started.
Just getting in.
Just one question. Yes, ma'am.
Mhm. Mhm.
Well,
Right.
Well, no matter what the administration says, everybody agrees that creating jobs is important. Putting our people to work is important. So as an influencer in your communities, again, I always say, for the simple procurement side of things, you as a legislator can make legislation that says we are going to purchase products that are domestic first. That's something a legislator's action can take. There might not be a product or service that is domestic right now. It takes time to build factories. It takes time to build industries. But what you can say is, if there is a product and service that is domestic, we as a community, as a county, as a state, we are going to pick that business first. That's a first step. It's not the first solution. That's just something. So full disclosure, I am running for county legislator in District 4 for Schenectady, New York in November. Thank you,
Great.
Alex. But that's one
Thank
thing
you
we
so
can do.
much. Yeah.
I'd love to talk more to you later on what legislators can do as well to drive EV and clean energy in general. There's a ton of things.
Thank you so much, everyone. This has been a very dynamic conversation. Obviously, there's a lot to discuss still, but we are really looking forward to continue this conversation over lunch. And just make sure that you find these individuals in the room to have that conversation. And let's keep the partnership strong and the implementation and honest and pressure up. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for having.
Thank you very much to our speakers. All right, so we have about 10 more minutes and you get a break, right? So if we can do 7 to 10 minutes and a short video, does that work? Excellent. All right, so we're gonna play a video on our work with veterans on the Land and Water Conservation Fund to really show and preview what we'll be doing tomorrow in Congress. So if we can tee that up.
The Land and Water Conservation Fund historically has had such strong bipartisan support for a reason, and that is all of us treasure access to our public lands.
Well, the Land and Water Conservation Fund is imperative to Maryland's economy and the environment in general.
The Land and Water Conservation Fund in Oregon, we have a tourism industry of about $2 billion per year.
It's a saleability issue with people buying homes. They see where a recreational opportunity is right next to their back door almost.
This fund was responsible for the acquisition of the Battle of Fallen Timbers Monument for Maumee Bay State Park.
2 projects that we believe are in the hopper. One in Wasson Creek down in the southwest part of Oregon, as well as the Hood River Forestry and Fishing Conservation Project in the Columbia Gorge.
This fund funds our parks, our hunting grounds for everyone who hunts and camps, our hiking area.
All these activities really depend on this funding that is coming from Washington.
Maryland's benefited over the last 50 years from over $200 million in federal funds and grants from the Land and Water Conservation Fund, and all of a sudden that's been cut off, canceled for arbitrary reasons, canceled for political reasons.
This funding must be restored at 100% because this also helped the state of New York to generate, number one, to create jobs.
I believe that veterans, especially those of us who have fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, we have to be willing to stand up for what we believe in. I am here to make sure that the government listens. We have to reauthorize the Lands and Water Conservation Fund. We have to make sure that sustainability and stewardship are a national priority, and I think veterans have a voice to do that.
I think it's not just an opportunity but a responsibility to use our position as well as our past experience to bring credibility.
Never seen in the history of any organization to collectively have legislators who are former veterans, who are actively serving in different houses throughout the country, and we are here today to continue to push that and to ensure that our voices get heard.
But I'm just thrilled that we've got so many veterans and folks from all across the country who are really carrying the torch for the wonderful Land and Water Conservation Fund and making it very clear, especially for veterans who fought for our country, that one of the values that they were fighting for was freedom, particularly access to our revered public lands.
So the reason we're playing that now, even though it's a little bit older, is because the fight to protect our public lands is very much back. The Trump administration would like to sell our public lands to create a sovereign wealth fund, basically for his friends and him, and use a crypto reserve in conjunction with it, which is unbelievably rife for corruption, right? And they're acting. The House passed a rule that they don't need to take into consideration the value of the public lands when they're being sold. And that recently happened. And so this is really important that we start to be aware of this and activate on it. And so, I mean, recently I got to go hike some, I think, public lands in Hawaii. Senator Donovan took me on this hike that would challenge any Marine Corps. That's actually an understatement. If he asks you to go hiking, ask him the details first. Hawaii is amazingly beautiful, and so is the United States. And so we, particularly as veterans, we fought to protect these lands, and we worked hard to protect them, and we want to continue that. So in that sense, we're going to break out into 4 quadrants right now for about 20 minutes, and then we're going to get lunch. And so what we'll be doing is one of the quadrants will be protecting our federal lands and waters. So if you're interested in that, please go to this corner over here. Protecting our lands and federal waters. And the waters includes offshore wind, right? Because that's one of the most amazing energy sources that can power the US twice over, right? 120 nuclear power plants worth of power off the coast of California, 40 nuclear power plants worth of energy off the coast of Maine. But that's under a severe attack right now, and we need to support it. So Ben will be at that corner to work with folks on the offshore wind or protecting the public lands. So it's protecting our lands and waters, really, in this corner. And then, Kate, where you at? Electric vehicles will be right over there. This room is not as conductive to quadrants, so we're going to do it next to the birthday cake. And shout out to the birthday lady. I won't embarrass you by happy birthday, but thank you. We're so happy and proud she's here. So happy birthday. coming here to support her mom who's speaking is really wonderful. So thank you. Thank you. So that'll be the electric vehicles. So if you're interested in electric vehicles, please go there, particularly as we defend the California Clean Car and Truck Standards. And then we'll go to energy security solutions. So that will be, see where Dominic is in that corner? And so that's the broader one where we're looking at one, for instance, veterans and the tactics we're using to create a sovereign wealth fund to tax, frankly, oil and gas, right? So that will be part of the solutions there. So energy solution sets, please go next to Dominic. And if you're a veteran yourself, I would invite you to come over to this corner so we can talk about some of the ways veterans, we can protect our democracy and energy security at the same time. So please, if you're a veteran, come over this corner, energy security over here, electric vehicles, protecting our federal public lands. And the goal out of this is we'll have about 20 minutes and really introduce yourselves, right? Get to know each other if you haven't. But what tangible actions can we take as elected officials to accomplish these goals? What can we do coming out of this summit? What can we do in the next 100 days, right? Secondarily, we want to know as EOPA how we can help you do that. What resources do you need? What fundraising do we need to get? What can help? And so those are the two things we'd really love for you to get up there and let us know, because we'll be taking all these and translating them into plans that we can then reach back to you with, particularly with our energy security task force. And then as that's happening, lunch is going to be set at your tables. So you have a good incentive to do it well, do it quickly, do it well. And then lunch will be ready for you as we finish up. Sunset? Yeah. So protecting our federal lands and waters over here, where Frida is, electric vehicles, and then Dominic's on energy security, and then right here is our veterans, where Natalia is. Because Ukraine's leading and protecting the world right now, really, with our veterans. So all right, let's do it. So the next panel, we're very, very honored and privileged to have Jigar Shah and Jeff Gutman. These gentlemen have been working on energy and energy security for decades and decades. As many know here, Jigar has been at the forefront of the Department of Energy's efforts to really transform the American economy. And that's not an understatement. That has been set in motion and is continuing right now. And so part of our job is to be able to protect that and continue it going at the local level where it's happening and ensuring that those investments continue. So I'd love to bring the two gentlemen up to the panel here. And this is going to be more a fireside chat. So think of it as after they give their opening remarks, what questions do you have? Right. What ideas, right? And inspirations that they can share that really make a difference at the local level that have a really geopolitical strategic implications. So we're going to start out, Jigar Shah is going to give a couple of remarks. About half an hour. And then it's going to be a conversation between the two of them. And then we'll open it up for some questions. Does that make sense? And I'm sure everyone will have lots of good questions.
All right.
So let's welcome them.
James, thanks for coming all the way here to Washington, D.C. from the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity. I've been a big fan for a long time.
Well, the feeling's mutual. So I think as we were presented, look, I think we are in a very interesting place right now. there are a lot of talking points that have been the same since 2016, right? A lot of talking points around onshoring and reshoring, a lot of talking points around giving people a meaningful way to be able to earn a living wage, right? By working with their hands and not having to learn how to code. And even that's not safe anymore with AI. And and a lot of a lot of these sort of big talking points you guys have heard. I think the other thing though that we've heard a lot about is that when you think about energy flows, there have been this feeling that the United States is energy independent, right? And that we are producing all of this oil and gas today, and that we want to share that with a lot of people around the world. But I think the reality of the situation is that for many of the people in Europe, for instance, who signed those contracts for natural gas, they're feeling that the price that they paid is very painful, and they're now trying to figure out how to use less of it, right? And I think there's a lot of other countries around the world that have been doing this great work. So when James and his colleague Jeff wrote the New Jewel Order out of Carlisle, it was something that I had instinctively been working on for most of my career, which is I would say that climate was never the reason that we did a lot of the work that we did, right? I'll give you an example. For those of you who have been part of the movement for a long time, we passed some of the first renewable portfolio standards sort of in the late 90s, but then, all the way through the early 2000s. And the number one reason that they passed was not because people were pro clean energy, right? The number one reason they passed, if you remember, was that natural gas prices was hitting $8, $9 a million BTU, and every state legislature wanted a diversification strategy against natural gas price volatility. And many CEOs, if you remember at that time, of utility companies were losing their jobs because their utilities were too gas heavy. And you were seeing a lot of price increases, right, from the cost of natural gas going up. So similarly, I think when you think about a lot of the work that we're doing now, there's a lot of people who have been doing clean energy because it's local, not because it's clean, right? And it's homegrown, et cetera. And so when James and Jeff published their paper, I was like, finally, someone's saying something in a much more eloquent way than I could ever say it. So with that, maybe let me have you make a short introduction, James, and then I'll get right into the questions.
Happy to. I tend to approach these things from a fairly top-down perspective. I'm an economist and a political scientist who sojourned in the financial markets wilderness for a couple decades, and I've been working with Jeff for about 20 years at Goldman's and now at Carlisle. And the paper that you're talking about was an opportunity for us to put some ideas out there, which were very relevant to the energy transition, which is absolutely critical for our survival as a species, but which is also a very over-the-horizon kind of thing. And it can be very difficult to make something that's existential for your grandchildren real in the here and now. And so it was an opportunity to take a look at how some of these longer term historical trends, these sort of vast currents of history, of economic history, of energy history, are changing the world that we live in. And also a way, if I may, to kind of take a step back from the personalities involved. If you go 50 years into the future and you ask, what was going on in the 2020s and how we had this circumstance, I know that right here and right now, there are specific names and specific individuals, who get called out. But there are also people who are responding to a sequence of events that have been underway now for 75 years. So just to talk about your point about diversifying away from natural gas, one of the points we made in the paper was that the first energy transition in the United States was under the Nixon administration in 1973, and it was called Project Independence, which doesn't sound wildly different from something you might hear today. And the idea was that we were dependent on imported crude oil. And so the strategy was to develop a nuclear technology or to find ways to reduce our consumption of oil. And it turned out that we did become independent. The strategy, the program that was set in place was phenomenally successful, but ultimately it was the shale revolution, the fact that we could produce more oil that made it such a success. So we became independent, but not by using less energy and not by using something different, but by making it more. And from a certain perspective, job done. But what it didn't do is it didn't diversify the US. So where you see us today is at sort of a crossroads where the US has now become energy independent. So we're no longer an energy importer. We now are a net exporter of energy. And that allows the US to change the way it faces the world. It allows us to think about military power and economic power in a different way. And it also allows the US to make choices about how it produces and consumes energy that don't necessarily diversify the mix and that don't necessarily sit very well with the way European countries might, or China might, or India, or Pakistan, where you've got, I think, some direct experience. So that whole diversification argument, I think, can get lost in the context of the American experience. I've covered a lot of material there, Jigar.
It was great. No, I think that's great. And I think you guys get a sense of the breadth and magnitude, I think, of what James's work entails. I think, part of where we are right now is there's a lot of noise and people are looking for a signal within the noise, which is why I think this is so relevant. So let's start the journey with where China and India are. It is clear to many of us today that China in particular, but India, I think, as a fast follower, are not really making the moves that they're making because of climate. They're making the moves they're making because they don't want to continue to spend, in India's case, $167 billion a year in imported fuels. They'd rather use that money to do things more locally. Sometimes that means more coal, but a lot of times that means more solar, electric vehicles, et cetera. Do you want to talk about, maybe how your paper and your thesis maybe, refers to those two big powerhouses?
Absolutely. So we don't talk specifically about India as much. We talk more about China, but I think you've made the point in the past that that there's a progression here.
Yeah.
And I think that's bang on. And I also think that we're talking about sort of a template which can really fit across a lot of different countries. A really useful way to think about this would be to look at the energy dependency for just three places: the United States, Europe, and China, because they're pretty obviously major. Sorry about that. So as I said before, the US went through this experience. Before World War II, we were energy exporters. After World War II, we became energy importers. That meant that we started to take responsibility for sort of underpinning the global maritime trade. So that meant the US Navy, basically. And then you look at Europe. So Europe has always sort of struggled with having its own domestic energy supply. And it found itself over the past 10 or 15 years in a really interesting place. It felt secure because of the US sort of protective embrace, not so secure anymore. It felt very rich. And that meant that it could think about things like climate change. And so there were some choices that were made in Europe, which probably weren't very good choices, like doubling down on dependence on imported natural gas from Russia. Probably not a brilliant move. Closing down a lot of their North Sea oil production, which from an environmental perspective makes a lot of sense, but from an energy security perspective, doesn't. Where they had a lot more of an interesting and potentially productive result is building out their renewables. So if you look at Germany, for example, it's just absolutely tremendous how far they've come with wind and solar. It's above 50% of the power stack. So, not quite as much as Spain, but getting there. The problem that Germany has is that they haven't built out the grid and the battery storage so that they can maintain a stable grid. So there's a lot of teething along the way. The difficulty here is that Europe, on the whole, remains net dependent on imported energy. They haven't solved that problem. And so then you go to China. And this is where it gets sort of really, really interesting, I think. Because what China's done, as we all know, They've invested incredible amounts of money and technology and manpower into building out, quite frankly, the best renewable energy system on the planet. Like everywhere you look, solar, transformers, battery electric vehicles, everything. The Chinese own this space, and they earned it. They fought for it. They earned it. The reason they did, they don't want to find themselves dependent on imported oil or imported LNG protected by the American Navy. I wouldn't blame them. But at the same time, their production of domestic coal has gone up almost as fast. So they've managed to cap their imported energy dependence, even at the same time that they're massively increasing their coal production and now their renewables production. So three very, very different stories. The US doubling down on fossil fuels because we got them. Europe trying to figure out how renewables are going to make them secure, even if they have to pay a bit more. And China saying, I just want the energy to be local. If it's rocks, coal coming out of the ground, I'll work with that. If it's photons or wind, I'll work with that too. Three very, very different templates. So when you go to Pakistan, or when you go to India or Indonesia, I think you could probably answer this question much better than I could. Which one of those templates looks really attractive? Like, what's the path for these countries?
Well, that's exactly right. And I think the other thing that we're finding is that, you know, as these disasters occur, right, which are happening more and more frequently, and in Pakistan, you know, they had a Belt and Road project, right, with the Chinese to do a coal plant, which failed miserably for both parties, such that China no longer wants to do Belt and Road, and countries no longer want to take their assistance. That they then were plunged into an electricity crisis. And, you know, when people would normally buy a lot of diesel and gasoline generators, Pakistan decided to buy 33 gigawatts of solar panels. And that's because solar panels today in Pakistan are cheaper than plywood. And so they were able to install 33 gigawatts in 2 years. And the only reason anyone knew about it was because of GIS mapping software that Bloomberg picked up on, right? Like people didn't actually see the fund flows going on while they were going on, right? They saw it afterwards. And so part of the question in front of us now is, you know, as the Ukraine crisis, you know, occurred, right? And some countries decided to use more coal as a result. Are they going to now default into using more solar and battery storage because the people who are the smartest in the world at deploying these kinds of solutions are now in the solar and battery storage space and no longer in the coal and natural gas space, right? Those skills have started to atrophy, right? And so you're starting to see a lot more in clean energy. And so part of the thesis, I think, that you guys had in your paper was that clean energy solutions may end up succeeding because they're the best at meeting that particular moment, not necessarily because they're clean.
Yeah, so I think that's right. So from the perspective of a Pakistan, or from the perspective of Europe, but generally, you need to have renewables, because you need to have some place you can turn to when, for whatever reasons, coal or gas, oil isn't really used for power generation anymore, unless it's Saudi Arabia. But you need to have that diversification benefit. I just want to say that there's a flip side to that. And this is, you know, something that you kind of see being played out on a small scale here in the US, which is too much reliance on one form of power generation is a mistake. So we all know what happens when all of your natural gas is coming in on a handful of pipelines from Russia. They think, hey, I can invade a country and you're not going to say anything. And then things get expensive because it turns out you want to say something. That's the problem that Europe had. They didn't have enough diversification. Same thing with Pakistan. So having that solar in the mix completely changes the way they manage their grid, which is incredible. But at the same time, you need stored energy. And this is something which I think, like, people oftentimes don't fully understand. When you think fossil fuels, you're thinking of is a natural storage of potential energy. It can be a rock, which you can leave outside for a very long time and store it. It can be a liquid, which you can put into a tank or a tanker and move around. It can be a gas, which in a lot of ways is super efficient. But all that is stored energy. Now let's go to what the Chinese are putting into BYD. A battery, different technologies. Once you charge that battery, stored energy. Same thing functionally. To a person like you or back home, all you care about is the ability to use those joules, to use that energy. You don't really care that much where it comes from, but you want it when you want it, and you want it to be cheap. So now go over to Pakistan. If I've got solar panels, that's not coming in from any place. The panels are coming in from someplace, but the sunlight, that's coming from Mother Nature. It's just coming, right? Sometimes the sun doesn't shine. Sometimes the sun shines too much. It unbalances the grid. Where's the dispatchable power source, which is going to balance that? Well, dispatchable power is stored in the form of a rock, a liquid, or a gas. So you can't walk away from these fossil fuels anytime in the immediate future until we have something which looks an awful lot like natural gas, but that's not natural gas. We're going to need natural gas. That's just the way it is.
Well, I think for elected officials here in the room, but also that you're working with around the country, there has been a certain level of sloppiness around saying that, we're powered by solar and wind. And I think a lot of what we mean to say when you think about this next iteration of what's being deployed is that you're really getting the capacity from the batteries, right? And that the solar and wind just happens to be the cheapest fuel to recharge the batteries, right?
That's a great way of putting it.
And so, I think so as we become more sophisticated, as we become larger, these are the kinds of things that we have to start doing. And it's a weird thing, right? Because for a long time, these technologies were really sort of, in a commercialization phase. Today, it's 81% of everything that got added to the grid was solar and storage. Then you had wind and nuclear and geothermal on top of that. I think there's also something that came out of the Inflation Reduction Act, which was that we needed to scale up nuclear and geothermal, right? That we needed that diversification. And so you're starting to see a lot of that work play out. But for many of you who may have experienced this firsthand, it's not something the industry can do on its own. Certainly not for geothermal and nuclear, right? Nuclear power needs to be driven by public-private partnership. It needs to be driven by the state government. It needs to be driven by public service commissions, utilities, right? It's not something that's a bilateral contract between Walmart and a solar and storage provider, right? And geothermal is the same, right? When you think about many of the best geothermal sites are on public land, right? Many of the best geothermal sites require, hydraulic fracturing, right? To be able to unlock that opportunity, that's enhanced geothermal. And so the permissions required to do all that stuff involves the federal government, involves the state government, right? And so part of, I think, the challenge of this moment is that there was some muscles here over the last 4 years that we've been practicing with. And before then, I don't think we had any muscles. I used to hear about public-private partnerships, but they were always a joke. And so at least here in the United States, I'd say we're trying to solve that now. The current administration, I think, also has goals of public-private partnerships because they want to scale up nuclear or critical minerals or whatever. But I think that rule set seems difficult to figure out signal and noise. I think what you guys are providing is a rule set that could be durable. And it's not really assigned to this administration, but it's sort of a longer trend.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think, one of the, I'm just going to talk on one specific aspect of the relationship that you're talking about here between the public and the private sector. So one of the things we talked a little bit about in the paper is malinvestment. And by that, I don't mean overinvestment or underinvestment. I'm talking about investing in the right thing, but in the wrong place or the wrong time. And sometimes it just means that there's got to be a bit of catch up, right? How do you avoid that? Well, you avoid that by working closely with a government. There's a private sector role here. It's not a government which goes out, says, this is the project, here's the economics, here's how we're going to do it, because we all know that that just leads to catastrophe and inefficiency and waste. It's the private sector who does it. But it's the government who needs to be able to step in there and say, okay, here's how we're going to to adjust the regulatory framework to make it possible. Here's how we're going to connect different parts of different pieces in the system so that it can be coordinated. We're going to finance America's greatest treasure, our universities, the greatest natural resources by a mile, and we're going to help to encourage the research and development, which gives us that leg up. All of this just demands a coordinated approach between government and the private sector. Where in the private sector? Well, here's again where it gets a little bit tricky. And full disclosure, I work for a private equity firm. I think they do a lot of good things. I don't think, I'm not here to talk about that, but private equity takes a very specific approach to that partnership, which means it tries to be patient capital. It tries to be, a bit longer term. We also try to we focus on making money for our investors. That is kind of what the pension funds in America want us to do, is to turn a profit. But the way we get there is by having a sticky investment that we see through over the course of a cycle, which is very different from the let 100 flowers bloom approach with the stock market that may or may not result in the right thing at the right place at the right time. So there's this gray zone, this intermediary space that requires a bit of nuance, a bit of patience, a heck of a lot of cooperation and communication and trust. And that's where I think it all comes together.
So I think we've gone through a lot of this thesis. Any questions from the audience? And then I'm happy to do more, have more questions if you guys are still thinking.
So what's on your mind? What questions do you have?
Yeah.
Igor.
Thank you. Just thank you both again for your leadership while we were at DOE and what we will be on. I'm just curious, in the moment we're in today, there are obviously macro forces at play. In my local community right now, we had a nearly stoppage on several critical municipal facility microgrids because of the volatility going on in the markets. Just wondering your thoughts on these macro factors that are impacting all of us, that local and state governments in and of themselves, except in maybe California a little bit, can't do much about, but obviously impact us. But what is the role that we could play right now from an economic perspective that could maybe help reduce that volatility and provide that induced demand that
I can start. I mean, it's a good question. I think that, a lot of that volatility has been purposeful, right, over the first 100 days. And so I don't know that there's much you can do to minimize it, given that it was purposefully put in place. I think that, a lot of what people need to do is to talk about the ramifications of that volatility, right, with the overall citizenry, right? I think there's a lot of people trying to figure out why, things have gotten more expensive, why things are less available, why, folks are not moving forward with a capital project in their community that they were going to move forward with, but are no longer comfortable moving forward with them. And so I think that explanation is the responsibility of everybody in the room. And people need to understand that these decisions have consequences around the confidence level that investors have in moving forward and things, right? And so I think, so those have ramifications. I do think that longer term, we are going to need more infrastructure in our country, right? Because whether you're talking about the AI load center work, or whether you're talking about all the new manufacturing facilities that were started over the last 4 years that are getting turned on now, or whether you're talking about 300,000 electric vehicles that were purchased last quarter, there's a bunch of people using more electricity, right? And so if we don't install new generation assets, right, then you're getting more out of the generation assets and distribution assets and transmission assets we've already paid for, which means reserve margins go down and the degrees of freedom go down, right? So you end up with a higher percent chance of something bad happening. And so, these projects are all ready to go, right? I mean, most of the financing firms had already, allocated the $400 billion necessary to build a lot of it out this year. And now they're holding to try to figure out what their costs of imported batteries might be, or their costs of imported solar panels might be, or whatever it is, right? And they're going to see whether they're going to charge the customer more money to compensate them for those risks if they're going to move forward, right? And so these are all things that then lead to higher costs, right? But I still think they're lower costs than building new natural gas. I mean, all of the natural gas units that I know of are currently owned by hedge funds. Those hedge funds are trying to maximize their return on those natural gas assets. And so that's why it's $2,700 a kW to build new natural gas plants. That's pretty damn expensive. So, and then on top of that, a lot of places can't handle a new natural gas plant without upgrading the pipelines that actually serve them. So there's some, time delta there. So, my sense is that clean energy solutions are still the cheapest to install with the most intelligent, trusted people doing the work. But the cost of them will vary based on what happens to the IRA tax credits, what happens to tariffs, what happens to uncertainty.
I could take a stab. It's a heck of a question, but I see another question in the back. I guess the only thing that I would add to what Jigger's saying, and I don't want to go down the natural gas point at this point, but as I mentioned before, diversification and creating that sort of that sort of ability to pull in energy from a variety of different fuel sources. It all comes in through the grid, and the grid is intensely local. There's nothing more local than your grid, even though it's also national. Well, in this case, it's divided into several ISOs, but it goes beyond. So there are ways in which you, as a local representative or member of the community, can help to solve those points of friction, to smooth them out, to make things connect in a better way, in a more efficient way. You're going to have a more stable energy outlook for your community. And these are those very, very small things that nobody ever thinks about until suddenly it's a problem.
Until suddenly it's on the front page of the newspaper.
Right, absolutely.
Last question.
Yes, sir. Recommended the elephant and the dragon, the rise of India and China, and what it means for all of us. If you've heard of it, speak to it in this context. But IRA and the infrastructure bill, if it's scrapped, how far does that put America behind, back? What does it mean futuristic while standing in local companies?
Ebony.
Yeah, so I have some opinions.
They don't call you a macro economist for nothing.
Yeah, no, none of which are good. I think you've just hit your nail on the head of you hit the head of a really big nail there. It's a really deep and important problem. Let's start with the fact that America is blessed. We are blessed with fossil fuels that are abundant, but we're also blessed with things like flat, windy, sunny Texas, which also has a lot of the fossil fuels. So you're doubly blessed if you're Texan. But that's a resource. Now, when we double and triple down on fossil fuels, maybe that's a great strategy, maybe it's not. What could go wrong? If you cede the technology advantage and the manufacturing advantage in batteries and in solar to, let's face it, a geopolitical rival. We're not in Team China. They're on the other side of the table. If you hand that to them, you're really gambling that shale oil is going to be your future, that natural gas will always be plentiful and abundant, that nothing's going to go wrong. What if that's a mistake? The second thing that you're doing is you're giving up that influence that comes from being able to sell better technology to other people around the world I get to go into, countries in Latin America and Africa, and I can say, actually, you want to buy American, not because I'm telling you, because it's better, which brings jobs back home. So that's fantastic. And then, the third thing, and I know we've sort of downplayed this because, when I wrote the paper, the idea here was to try to get people to look beyond net zero. But we do need to decarbonize. Like, it actually does need to happen, and it's not going to happen in the next, maybe on the time frame that the IEA suggests is possible. It's the path may look different, but we actually need to be there. And the best way we're going to get there is providing, a solution from the eagle. So sure, you've got the elephant, you got the dragon, we got the eagle too. And the eagle needs to not just surrender before it's even begun to fight. And that's what it looks like to me.
I'll just say one more thing, just to repeat a little bit of what James is saying. China's in a very weak position. And what's fascinating to me is that China for 15 years has tried to get their consumer to spend money, and it refuses. Their consumers refuse to spend money, right? So they have a national savings rate of 25%, which is what's causing a liquidity trap. And so what they're doing with their money is gold plating all their infrastructure and doing all of this investment for export, right? Because it's the only thing that works for them, right? And so then it is pissing off everyone in the whole world, because it's not just the US that is getting all of these cheap imports. It's also India, Brazil, South Africa. There's lots of countries getting negatively impacted by dumping from China. So it's fascinating to me that we are like trying to unite the world behind China at a moment where the Chinese overplayed their hand and it was super easy to box them in. And so I hope that people figure out how to box them in again and not figure out how to give them this unique gift that it seems like we're giving them. On India, what's interesting there is that they have not been chosen as a friendshoring partner, right? You saw J.D. Vance just go to India, weirdly, I think on an unannounced trip, but anyway. And so there is no formality. If you remember the 1980s and 90s, there was a formality behind President Reagan telling everyone to go to China to set up their supply chains, right? And then President George H.W. Bush extending that most favored nation status, and then Clinton making it permanent, right? There was a formality to the process. That formality doesn't exist with India, right? And so when you talk to Apple, who's going to make iPhones there or whatever it is, they're not quite sure whether this is something that has become chosen by all of the politicians, or whether this is fair weather friends, and then we're going to change our mind later. And so that is the world that we live in today. The last thing I would say is that almost all of the technology worth scaling up was invented here by the U.S. Department of Energy in 17 national laboratories, right? And so part of our challenge is that under the IRA, we were scaling up technology, right? We were not making shirts here that doesn't really have a technology story, right? We're making next generation batteries here. Instead of giving that technology for free to the Chinese, which we did as a matter of policy from 2008 to 2012, which still bothers me, we actually want to keep that technology here and scale it up here. And that way we actually have a durable advantage, to James's point, where then we can go to other countries and say, we'd like to sell you something that's unique and differentiated that we invented here. These are all things that I think we started talking about in 2017. I think we helped implement over the last 4 years. And the IRA incentives staying in place are essential to the framework that people invested into today's, towns and villages around the United States, one of which I grew up in, that had a steel mill shut down while I was there and 3 GE plants shut down while I was there, right? And so a lot of these towns have been hollowed out for the better part of 30 years, and we are just starting to reindustrialize them, right? And so if the IRA incentives do get rolled back, all of those plants will fail. So thank you, everybody.
Great. Well, thank you for the eye-opening and inspiration and ensuring that the eagle soars. We've had a couple of good sayings. Build back best as well with eagles. So I'd love to invite our next panel up on energy security. So if the panelists would please make their way to the front. I think we have Deborah. Let's see. And this is a panel that's near and dear to my heart because working and seeing firsthand overseas how energy security affects our national security. And I've seen it from Iraq to Afghanistan, the battle for over water issues and security, to the Southeast Asia, to the Pacific, unfortunately, where climate is an existential threat, right? And the salt water going into the aquifers will make it unlivable even before the sea level rise does. So there are many areas, though, where the technology we have right now can make us more secure, at the same time, make us more prosperous, and make a much more livable and amazing environment. Sometimes in the environmental world, we live in scarcity by thinking, hey, we need to cut things all the time, when the reality is we have the most abundant forms of energy, including solar and wind. So we can actually live in prosperity, not scarcity, when it comes to energy security. And particularly when it comes to energy security, the United States is very well placed to lead the world, as we did with Jigar Shah and the Department of Energy. Or we could go the opposite way. So it's an interesting tipping point we could have. And the panelists here have firsthand experiences of how this can happen. And so they're going to share with you a variety of ways that energy security comes together, where it's national security and international security. And the last point here is the US can never be energy secure with fossil fuels unless we maybe pump 200 billion into upgrading our refining systems, because the fossil fuels we extract, we can't refine. We have to export them to other refineries from different countries, and then we import the other oil because that stuff's quote unquote dirtier, except for California, it's like the consistent peanut butter, very not tasty peanut butter. So the reality is either you upgrade all the refineries, not all of them, but most, or you can invest in clean energy, which has an abundant, unlimited source of energy, right? So it's very clear the choice. And what I'm very inspired here is the panelists here, their stories of their energy security stories. So we're going to basically just go down the line. Please introduce yourself and tell us, for instance, actually, this is perfect. Yes, because he actually applied for a grant with the Department of Energy and the overall Inflation Reduction Act. So why don't you start with that, and then let's go down the line, and we'll take a couple questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Alex. First and foremost, it's a pleasure to be here back in DC, invited out by the EOPA. Before I start with my quick little story on my journey with the EOPA, I do want to just give a huge shout out to my partner in life who's been with me since day one with the EOPA. And then my mentor, great friend of mine, newly elected mayor from the amazing city of Cerritos in sunny California, Frank Yokoyama. Thank you guys for being here today. Give it up. Daniel Ramos, vice mayor of the amazing city of Adelanto in California for California. Great job. Thank you guys for being here. I am the vice chair for energy and environment for all of Southern California. Crazy story with the EOPA. I'll try to sum it up as quick as possible so we can move down the line. About 2 years ago, July, August of 2023, come across an email from the EOPA that's advertising their summit, their Energy Security Summit in 2023. They're talking about, scholarships, you can apply for them, come on out, we'll pay for your trip, we'll pay for your lodging. So I submitted thinking that I wasn't gonna get anything back. 2 weeks later, I get an email back from Alex, and it's a full ride scholarship. We're gonna fly you out, we're gonna put you up in this amazing hotel, you're gonna learn about these crazy resources and all this funding that's available. And you know what I'm thinking? I'm like, yeah, right, that's not happening, right? So fast forward to November, and we come out, my wife and I, we come out to DC, And for those of you that joined us last night, you know, we had day one, an amazing reception, delicious food, an insane amount of networking, and I'm feeling good, right? And then we go into day two, and I was blown away by the amount of knowledge and information that was shared with us on the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the resources, the programs, presentations on how you can go after this money, individuals there that'll help you literally fill out the paperwork at your seat if you wanted to. And there was a point, I'm gonna be honest, there was a point where I turned to my wife and I said, babe, like, I don't know about this. Like, this is too good to be true. Like, I think after this, they're gonna lock us in a room and they're gonna try and sell us a timeshare. So I need you. I'm like, no, 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 right? We're not buying a timeshare in DC. Well, proud to say they didn't try to sell us a timeshare, not yet, right? Maybe that's coming today. But I just took all the information, guys, and we'll touch a little bit, you know, on the information later, and I'll be here for the rest of the summit. Took all the information, took it back to our council, forced it down the throat of our city manager and staff, and just continued to just pound on their door and let them on updates. We need updates. We need this money. We need to go after it. Here, look at this is what Alex said. This is what Alex said. This is what Alex said, right? And fast forward to today, and we've currently received up to date just over $4 million towards our water infrastructure and wastewater treatment facility. So the program's real, the money's real. We do have more projects in the pipeline. We do have grant applications that are still out there. Obviously, you know, they're on hold right now, but I'm a firm believer that through the leadership, mentorship of the EOPA, through all the leadership of the leaders here today, we're going to get those funds and those resources rolling again, right? As the city of Adelanto, you know, we're 55 square miles, 56 square miles, only 20% developed, right? So we're depending on these resources, on these programs and all this funding a lot to take us into the future. So I'm going to stop there so others can share their story, but I look forward to the rest of the questions. And again, I'm here to answer any questions after the summit as well.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Kevin Burns. I spent the first 8.5 years of my career in the Army. And like Alex, that was kind of my first exposure to energy security and what that means. In addition to the fact that every 24 convoys, you know, we would have an injury or fatality moving fuel and water. That was kind of, I'll say, the tactical level impact. Over the years, as kind of we look back, a lot of the Iraq veterans look back at the Iraq conflict. You ask yourself the question, if we had had the shale boom and revolution in 2000 as opposed to 2003, would we have been in Iraq in the first place? I think a lot of us think that from an energy security perspective, one of the primary reasons we were there was to shore up US's interests and the source of fuel just in the greater Middle East. So that was kind of really truly like my first takeaways on energy security. So following when I got out of the military, I ended up going to GE into the renewable energy business, where I spent the next 14 years working in the clean energy sector, both solar and wind. And then last year, as a veteran, I was invited to the certificate program that EOPA put on. And as part of that program, we broke into policy groups. And my group was working on, I think, resiliency for schools. And then across the room, there was a group of about half Ukrainians, including a couple members of Ukrainian intelligence that had been allowed to come, and a handful of folks from the UK. And what they said that they were working on, their idea was kind of explosive energy, demining Ukraine, which is now the most heavily mined country in the world, and then rebuilding with renewable energy. And I apologized to my team and I said, I belong over there. So I joined that team. And then, from that group, those policies we started talking about, kind of, changed the direction of at least the last 9 months for me. As from that, we started putting together a policy and a program to take remanufactured wind turbine components. So components that come down from US wind projects that are being repowered in the US, if anybody's familiar with that term, to remanufacture them and then to export them to Ukraine and potentially other countries create low-cost wind, and then energy security within Ukraine. So at an international perspective or international level, the energy security that Ukraine reps, or the possibility of energy security that Ukraine represents, not just to itself, but to all of the Europe, really the European Union. It's just fundamental to everybody here in the room to make sure that what you're doing at the local level also impacts, kind of the district next to you, the state next to you. Just like Ukraine can impact all of Europe, what you're doing in your towns and your cities will impact your neighboring towns, your neighboring cities, and your neighboring states. So keep fighting the good fight at the local level.
Hi, my name is Pat Spearman. I am former President Pro Tem of the Nevada State Senate, and I served in the military. They made me leave because I got injured, but I served almost 30 years, and during that time saw a lot. I told our group this morning a story about a conversation I had with a mother whose daughter went to Iraq, and shortly after getting there, lost her life and her body in an IED attack. And her mother said to me, when what they brought back to me was not my daughter, I don't even know if those things that were in that bag were parts of her body. I had one of my mentees in ministry was a chaplain during the Iraq War, and she was over in Germany. She was where they brought everybody back for rehabilitation, the bodies back, et cetera. And she was responsible for doing the services, putting together the memorial services for the people who were killed in action. And she said to me, she said, Pat, I had just finished a memorial service, and they'd taken the servicemen's boots and everything away. And she said, I looked over and I thought it was a coffin. She said, oh, she said, come on, let's go over here. And she said that my assistant said, no, ma'am, no, you don't want to go. She said, come on, because if this is someone, we don't want to leave that person here. Oh, he said, no, ma'am, don't do it. And she said, she just kept walking over there. He said, ma'am, please don't do it. And she opened up the lid and she turned around and vomited. Because of what she saw in that cooler were pieces and parts of a person's body. And so for people that say to me, we cannot do this, I tell them, we have to do this. We have to do this. Because there are empty seats at the table for birthdays, what would have been birthdays. There are empty seats at the table. At Thanksgiving, at Christmas, and other holidays, there are those empty seats. And there are children who will never know who their parent is or was because they were babies when their parent was deployed to Iraq or Afghanistan. 6 out of every 10 deaths that happened in those two wars were related to something dealing with oil. National security and oil independence are so deeply intertwined, you cannot have one without the other. When we think about energy independence, we are talking about not just independence for electrification, we're not talking about just transportation, but what we're talking about is our own sovereign independence from countries that are run and ruled by dictators. Because if we stop and we look at where most of the oil comes from, although some might profess to be democratic, they're really quasi-democratic, and they're clothed in democracy, but behind the scenes, they are really autocratic. Between 1976 and 2013, the U.S. spent $8 billion with a B dollars, that's about $30 billion in today's terms, to guard the Straits of Hormuz. It's where most of the oil goes through. And we're still there today. We have naval resources there and other resources and some resources that we don't even talk about. But those resources could be used in other places for other things, but we have to keep them there because we are still dependent upon fossil fuels. And even though there's a certain amount of drilling, natural gas and that sort of thing that happens here in the US, there's still a certain amount of dependency we have on other folks. And so I always ask my colleagues, will you please raise your hand if you are willing to go and fight and lose your life or lose 2 or 3 limbs for the sake of not willing to move to renewable energy? All those that are willing to do so, please raise your hand and stand up. And nobody does it. And so I say then, for the life of me and God, will you please make a determination? Let's get off the fossil fuels as fast as we can and move towards our renewable energy resources, because not one more person ought to die because you are a coward when it comes to developing renewable energy resources. That's how much I believe in it.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Loomis. I'm also a Navy veteran, and I recently served as the first climate change advisor for the Navy and Marine Corps until approximately January 20th at noon, give or take. And really powerful remarks from everybody. Pat, your remarks reminded me the current commandant of the Marine Corps, so still serving today, General Eric Smith. He would come, he was a climate champion, and he was very clear, just as you said. He's like, I have watched too many, Lance corporals, 18, 19, 20-year-olds lose their lives. And, whether it's climate or whether, for me, this is about lives. This is about Marines. When you talk to other Marine generals, they were very simple. Fossil fuels are a liability, period, full stop. So I drafted the first climate strategy for the Navy and Marine Corps. The recent Secretary of the Navy, or the current Secretary of the Navy, gleefully had a video. I don't know if you guys saw it, but he had a video making a big to-do of, tearing up the climate strategy, part of the Green New scam. And, of course, we have Secretary Hegseth's remarks that we don't do that climate change crap. Well, first, I'll be sure to tell the sea levels in Norfolk to stop rising, because now Secretary Hegseth said we are no longer doing this. Look, this makes for great clickbait. It makes for bad policy, period. And so I thought I'd tell you a little bit today about what does climate action mean, or what did it mean in the Department of the Navy, and I think what it will hopefully continue to mean. So a couple things. Number one, we were always very clear. It was whatever we did was 100% mission aligned. Early in my tenure, people would ask me, they'd want to challenge me. A couple, wise guys would say, well, what are the trade-offs that you're going to make between lethality and climate? I was like, none, period. And I said to them, we will not do stupid. If you ever think we're doing stupid, please come see me, because there's plenty of not stupid to do. And I would also say, I'm doing my job in a way that I think any administration, and most importantly, the American taxpayer, would expect and would support. Now, I did put an asterisk for the Trump administration just because I said they're so unpredictable. But I said any rational Republican or Democratic administration would support. And why is that? Well, because we were partnering with private capital. We were partnering with communities. And at the end of the day, what we were doing was making our infrastructure stronger, our platforms go further on a gallon of gas, or as the Air Force would say, greater lethality per gallon. That's what it was about. So what kinds of things did we do? We accelerated public-private partnerships with solar renewables, leasing our lands so you could make siting easier, and then sharing that energy with communities. We attracted over $1 billion in private capital to upgrade our facilities, because our facilities were old. And then we would pay for those upgrades with the savings. Like, what more sort of conservative, Republican, mainstream down the line solution are you looking for? We spent massively on energy infrastructure and water infrastructure, because we lose about 40% of our water, probably like a lot of you and municipalities, through leaks, because this stuff is old. We would have black start exercises to pretend, so, okay, what are we going to do when the power goes out, and shut everything down. We created the first net zero energy base at Marine Corps Logistics Base, Albany, Georgia, that bastion of liberalism. And why did they do that over the course of a decade? And this preceded us because they saved hundreds of thousands of dollars per month on their electric bill by partnering with the local landfill, capping the local landfill, by partnering with industry, with Procter & Gamble and taking their waste steam, stepping it down. You know, there wasn't a silver bullet, but they just looked holistically at that base and said, how do we get there? And they're saving hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. I worked a lot on natural infrastructure as well. That's because a place like 29 Palms, a really important training range for the Marines in California, when it rains, like, I don't know, an inch, they have an airfield that's got this matting that the water, because it's in a desert environment and really flashy, that water takes up these mats and decertifies the whole airfield. So now Marines can't train. So we're spending money to try to figure out, how do I use vegetation, other things to slow that water? Naval Air Weapons Station, China Lake, 1.1 million acres in the desert. Same thing. When that Hurricane Hillary came through, just a little bit of water, a couple inches of water, $60 to $100 million worth of damage to roads on that training range. And now that test that was going to take a week to set up is taking 4. You know, it's taking 4 more hours to get across that range. I mean, one more, but I mean, I have hundreds of them, right? Like literally all our projects. So like the Pacific Missile Range Facility in Hawaii, it's a missile range facility for like over the sea. And so you've got a lot of important radars and telemetry equipment that are on the side of like a cliff. And there's huge erosion. Like literally they're worried that this telemetry equipment is gonna go flowing down this hill. So we're trying to shore that up using vegetation, and, prevent the erosion from washing that equipment away. So that is what climate action, that is what this woke agenda was. And I would say to people, I wish this were my woke agenda. I wish this were my opinion. It's not politics, it's physics.
Thank you. These are real inspiring stories and tangible examples how energy security is making us safer as a country and the planet, really. So I'd be curious, there was one particular nature-based solution that you mentioned, work with transforming the desert. Could you tell a little bit about that? And then for the rest of the panel, thinking about through your time in the military, where did you come across an example or a time where you saw doing this type of work made a difference in the quality of the lives of the sailors, Marine sailors, soldiers, guardians, Space Force? But also how it then had a multiplier effect to help the community and the planet. So I saw the photos actually of this, and it's striking. Of course, Ms. Loomis can give a much better example of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so, I said 21 years in the Navy, and I didn't know that the Navy and Marine Corps, most of our land is actually in the desert. I had no idea. Of the roughly 4.5 million acres of land, about 3 million are out in the desert. And that's because, it makes sense of these big training ranges in Nevada and California, Arizona, et cetera. And so when I look at also as a climate advisor, when I think about like the really wicked problem of one of the wicked problems of climate change, energy is super important. And like water is where the rubber meets the road for us as a species, for civilizations, for unrest, because it's that like spiral of water, food, migration, conflict, that whole thing. So I thought, gosh, if I can look at our deserts and see if we can restore the hydrology there. What if we can make them, what if we can just regenerate those deserts? And so I came across a man named Alejandro Carrillo, he's from El Paso, Texas. He's got a ranch in Mexico, and he's a rancher. And so we started doing some ranching projects on our base in Arizona just to see, like, can I restore the water cycle there? And so we're in year 2 because at his ranch, I know I should have brought the picture, but literally for all around, he's in the Chihuahuan Desert and it looks like a lunar landscape. The same day, you've got him standing in chest foot tall grasses. And so that makes a difference for water, for food. He runs 10 times as many cattle on his ranch as the neighbor. So it's not about running fewer, it's how they're managed. So I said, can we do that on our bases? So we are in year 2, and then the Army's picked it up. And so we're experimenting with that. And my goal is not to become a ranch in the Marine Corps, but it's like, how do I keep water in the ground? How do I become more resilient against drought, those flashy floods when they come? And then how do I take that as an example for the world? Because I think water insecurity is one of the greatest dangers we face.
Thank you. Senator?
So I was just jotting down some notes. I'm not checking my email or anything. So, one of the things we applied for several $1 million in the IRA grant funding process, and we received 50 million, right about 50 million, to do some pretty neat things in terms of putting in some charging stations and shoring up some other areas that we would need in order to expand our electrification in Nevada. Unfortunately, some of that has been put on hold now with the change in gubernatorial leadership in 2024. And a lot of the things that we were working on energy-wise, we're not exactly sure where that's going to go right now, but we have not given up the fight. One of the things, though, that that we've done in Nevada, this was, fully probably about 10 years ago, when we were first getting started with using our natural resources for renewable energy. And Nellis Air Force Base, how many of you all have ever had the Thunderbirds do anything in your city, town, or whatever? So Nellis is the home of the Thunderbirds. And so the hospital at Nellis has an array, a solar array, right behind it, if you will, and it powers the entire hospital. They have a backup generator just in case. But we're able to do that in Southern Nevada because in Southern Nevada, we have more sunshine than they have heat and hell. It's about 335 days of sunshine a year, and right around July and August, the temperature goes up to hell, about 117, 120. So we're using that. The other thing that we decided to do in Nevada is to take a look at all of our renewable energy resources. We have wind. And there's a little bit of a conflict right now between how much of the wind resources we'll be able to use because of the fear that it might interfere with some of the bird population in the middle of Nevada. We also have geothermal. And I know that geothermal, if you start to try to dig a new well, as it were, for geothermal, you're talking about hydraulic fracking. But what I have asked us to do, and we were able to pass some legislation, is to look at abandoned mines. That there's already been dug. We've already done the environmental impact study and all of those things, but nothing's happening with them. And we can use those abandoned mines and convert them into geothermal facilities. And if we would do that, it would allow us to save and then put all of the government buildings, the state buildings that are in the north on geothermal energy. We would save about 30% of our budget that we use in energy costs. And my argument for getting that bill passed was we have teachers that need to be paid more. We have seniors that need more services. We have a mental health facility that is embarrassing to even talk about. We have people who need more Medicaid. So there are a number of things that we could do with those savings if we would just do that. I'm going to commend to you right after I finished my doctoral degree, the chair of my committee asked me if I would co-author a chapter in a book. I mean, that's every newly minted doctorized student dream, and so we did. But our chapter is in the Refractive Thinker, Volume 10. And it's Chapter 7, Military and Civilian Collaborations for Sustainability. So I would commend to you that because there's several things in there that we talk about doing. There are ways that we can use what we do in the military and collaborate with civilian communities so that the money that they don't have for the research, and I think that that is particularly important in this political climate, the money that they don't have, we can share that information with them. I'd also invite you to go back and take a look at in 2017, Jamie Redford, God rest his soul, he passed away years after that, but he did an HBO special. It's called Happening Now, the Renewable Energy Revolution. But in it, he shows a lot of different communities that are doing some very forward-thinking projects with renewable energy and how that collaboration can translate. And he also came to Nevada because in 2015, we had a legislature that decided to not become inoculated against crazy. Some of my colleagues passed some things that were so draconian, I can't even talk about them. There were not even words for it. And so they ran solar out of the state. You know, that makes sense on somebody's planet. I don't know. But they did that. But we came right back in 2017 and we were able to reverse all of that and get ourselves back on the right path and expand our renewable portfolio standards so that it all included not just renewable energy, but I'm a firm believer that we cannot build a grid big enough and secure it enough. So what we need to do is we need to start looking at distributed generation, which is what the military uses in a lot of places because they're in remote places and you can't put a grid right in the middle of the desert. So distributed generation, I believe, is another way to go about that. But I think that where we are, just like our research in polio has helped us, just like our research in materials, fire retardant materials that we did in the military, like that's helped us. I believe that there are certain things that the civilian world can learn from what the military has already done. And I think those collaborations, I know those collaborations are already taking place, but I'd like to see them expanded. And once we expand them, it's not just about expanding those resources to civilian communities, but it's also a way for us to teach those who have been taught that climate change is not real and that there's nothing to worry about, and we have all the energy resources that we need. Once you bring them on board and they're starting to look at the savings, the cost savings, the real cost savings, then that begins to change their minds, and they come closer to an intellectual discourse than a non-intellectual discourse. And so I think that's one of the ways that we look at getting closer and closer to national security with energy independence.
So a number of us have talked about the logistics tail associated with conflicts, especially in the military. One of the things in translating that to what I see today in the business world, there's actually a company that had done a small business innovation research grant through the Marine Corps. So jointly developed a technology to create a hybrid drivetrain, really. So to help electrify a drivetrain. So it's effectively a belt that kind of goes around the shaft and charges a battery. And then they use that battery to run all of the electronics while the vehicle's in silent overwatch. But then the other application is that same technology developed, in coordination with the Marine Corps can now be commercialized for all the Class 8 tractor trailers that you see on the highways. And the projected fuel savings, right now they're demoing it with GM's fleet of tractor trailers. And there's a projected savings of 20 to 30% fuel efficiency. So it kind of, to Jigger's point earlier, like those type of investments that we make from the government, in support of the military, and then get socialized through the rest of the commercial world, are extremely important. And sometimes only the military or the government can make some of those investments. So that's just one example of how energy security for the military then translates to what we see every day in the commercial world.
Thank you for that question, Alex. And I'm gonna kind of keep mine short. I do want to just touch on one Navy related and one non-Navy related really quick. Senator, two things that I will agree with you 100% that you hit on the head. As your neighbor to the south in the high desert, I second the motion that it is hot as hell in our region. Second was the learn from what the military is already doing, right? As a 15-year Navy, retired Navy man, carriers, right? My experience on nuclear carriers, where we're already doing what we need to be doing out here in our cities, right? We're cleaning our own water, right? The water that we shower in and that we bathe in, that's the water that we're drinking, right? So how is that possible? What are we doing with that water? We're producing our own clean, crisp air, right? And it's for 5,000 plus people out to sea, right? So if we're already doing that at that level, why are we not bringing in the Navy or military members to more of these conversations so that we can just duplicate what they're already doing? Second is just more education, right? I want to touch on a quick program that was mentioned earlier by the gentleman. I think he might have just stepped out. Show of hands if you do not know about the Justice 40 initiative. I'm going to ask questions, so if nobody raises their hands, I'm about to bust you out. Okay. Justice 40 initiative, right? This is how we were able to get the funding that we've already received. It's an initiative that was brought to us by our last administration, and it addresses environmental injustices by directing at least 40% of federal benefits to disadvantaged communities like the cities of Adelanto and others. It's vital to support this program, advocate for the IRA Act as well as the BIL. The BIL delivers, in case you guys didn't know, $50 billion, right? $50 billion to improve our nation's drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure. I didn't know about this. We didn't know about this, right? How does California, the fourth, right? The fourth largest economy, about to be the third, how do they not know about it? Right. And I don't know if you remember from the summit 2 years ago, Alex, there was a gentleman that came up and brought up a slide, and I'll never forget this. And it had it was a map of our country, and it had little red dots in the areas of different states and cities where this funding was being received, right? Where they were getting this funding from. 80% of the red dots on that map were East Coast. DC's, Virginia's, New York's, the Carolinas, right? There was maybe 15 to 20% of red dots on your West Coast and Midwest. So where's the stop of that information, right? Is it just starting here in DC and kind of just hanging around and floating on the East Coast? Why is it not getting to the West Coast? Why is it not coming to the Midwest, right? I'd like to take ownership on that and say it's our fault, but definitely what the Navy's already doing with their reactors and more education about these initiatives and these resources and the EOPA, I believe we can definitely start to turn some things around.
Absolutely. All right, so we have time for one or two questions. Any burning questions here for the audience? Sir, Mike.
Thank you all so much. Sergio Lopez, Mayor of Campbell, which is in Northern
Turn it on.
California.
Whoa, let's go, Kelly.
Mayor of Campbell, California, the Bay Area. This has been really eye-opening and illuminating for me, just because this is a very different perspective, as you can imagine, than we often tend to talk about in the Bay Area and California. I'm wondering, because a number of you have served or engaged with the local and state level, how do we talk about this narrative when that can feel so disconnected from national security issues, and yet you are making such great points that aren't part of the conversation? What would be your advice based off your experience?
Let me try to take 60 seconds and address that. When I'm talking to people who don't understand or aren't really familiar with national security, I don't start there. I start by asking them, how high is your electric bill? I start by saying, they say, oh, you know what, my neighbor over there, I go and help them because they lost an arm in Iraq. Oh, and so whatever I can hear from them that will say this is something that they should be interested in, then I will do that. When I talk about excuse me, energy independence to seniors, I don't talk about it from a national security standpoint. I talk about it from the standpoint, if you can save 5% of your energy bill, would you be able to buy all of your medications and be able to take all of those that you need? When I talk about energy independence to families, I don't talk about that. I talk about it from the standpoint of you have one car, you need 1.5. If you could save this much on energy, and you could put that back into transportation, would you do that? So I try to meet people where they are and then back into the energy security piece, because for a lot of people, it's, you know, you might as well be talking about how do you sculpture steam, it doesn't make sense, you know? So.
Yes.
Add quickly. I think that's great advice. Meet people where they are, and your community is going to be very different from other communities. I would say veterans in the military in a lot of places can be a really unifying theme for people. Like I remember I was invited down to Parris Island, South Carolina, because they had given us a grant for to build a living shoreline, to build, dune restoration, that kind of stuff. And I said, I'm going to have to say climate change out loud because I'm the climate advisor. Is that okay? Because I honestly didn't know what to say in, deep low country South Carolina. And they're like, you're good here. Like, we will do whatever for the base. Like, we get it. And so there it was like, just whatever the Marine Corps wants, like, we're good. Probably not the case in the Bay Area, different. But I would say work through your military council at the state level, work through like the Veterans Administration at the state level, because they have a really good pulse of what the military needs and how that lines up with the state. So maybe that's your entry point. Okay, perfect.
No, Alex, can I add something? I'm going to add one thing. One quick thing. So I would start with your security first, right? Because if you can't sell me on my security, then you're definitely not going to sell me on national security. And I would work through your metropolitan planning organization, right? That's one thing that we all have in common. And if you don't know what that is or who that is in your region, you need to find out like as soon as we leave here. I represent SCAG, right? Southern California Association of Governments. We oversee all of Southern California, 191 cities, 6 major counties, a dozen tribal governments, right? That's where it starts because we're the way whatever we implement is going to happen in Southern California, right? And everybody has one. Nevada, I know you guys have Reno. For the people that are here from Georgia, you have one in Gainesville. You have one, I think, in Columbus as well, right? Everything is trickling down. It's already starting in California. I can't speak for other states, but everything is trickling down to these metropolitan planning organizations. You got to start there. Sit at one of the boards, sit at one of the committees. You guys know the saying, if you're not at the table, you're on the what? You're on the menu, right? So there's no way that we can expect to change energy and environment in our prospective areas, but not be at the table where those discussions are being, had.
The only other thing I would add is Americans don't like dictators. Americans don't like kings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they understand that folks like Putin are that. And the thing that is powering him is fossil fuels. So bridging that connection to what they don't like and what they're afraid of or is an important thing because people underestimated that meeting with Zelensky and the president in the White House with Vance on the couch, that actually galvanized people against what was happening, right? That was a turning point in support of Ukraine in the end. And so the American public actually realizes what's happening here in our security set, and you can pair up with the trends that are happening right now to show the reality of why it's important now. I think we have time for one more question. John.
This is a question for you, Deborah. I'm interested to hear a little bit more about what you have found to be beneficial to rejuvenate the deserts. I understand how you go about regenerative agriculture when you do have some water to work with, but I wonder if you could say a few more words about what happened to those desert landscapes that turned them into an abused ecosystem, and what have you done to bring them back, or what has the rancher done that you referred to in order to grow tall grass on desert?
I will. So he's been at this for a little while. So we're in year 2 and we've gotten half an inch of rain in 2 years instead of the 4. So we're still waiting we're still at it. From his perspective, he didn't plant anything. He didn't, do anything. We are having to feed hay to those cattle because there's really nothing for them to eat. They're like literally on sand. But I think in other places we're just trying to slow water down. So like even little piles of rocks and just following, and I'm not a hydrologist or any kind of science. So I just like, can you just slow the water down? using whatever you can to try to keep water in that landscape and try to get organic matter in that landscape, because when soils have organic matter, they hold more water, right? So I'm happy to talk to you about it more offline, but those projects are funded and they are, hopefully money is not gone back, but they are going on right now.
and they're amazingly effective, right? There's a good documentary called Kiss the Ground and Groundswell that will go into a lot more detail on that. I definitely recommend the folks. Ma'am.
Okay. Hi, Dominique Gabri. Beacon Insights, I track innovation using real-time social data across the country. I had a question for the panel around how states are working to find new innovations. There was a woman earlier on a panel who runs a EV charging company, and she talked a lot about procurement and how even when looking at national security and doing different kinds of energy investments, when you look at procurement, you're still hiring companies that are basically offshore companies to do the work to get whatever discounts and so on. How are you thinking about bridging the gap so that when you are solving for these climate issues, that you are finding local solutions, particularly with the volume of emerging technology that's happening? And maybe just the nuance there or secondary is, I know there's national labs and the government does a lot to incubate. Is that where you're going? Are you going other places? And how do people engage with you around that?
I can probably speak to this one a little, having worked at an energy OEM or equipment manufacturer. When you go back to the Inflation Reduction Act, one of the components in there is a domestic content adder. So that, in effect, has really driven a lot of the companies that produce, whether it's solar panels, solar projects, wind turbines, to try to bring a certain amount of their manufacturing has to occur in the US in order to qualify for that adder. So that's one piece. And then a lot of state incentives also try to push for a local adder. So it might be an additional incentive if there's, if the material comes from, I'll say within the state. That does get complicated for OEMs because you can't have a factory in every state. But offshore wind is a good example where New York, just to use one, was really trying to build out a wind manufacturing core in New York State. But yet you also have Massachusetts, you have New Jersey, and ultimately the projects are all going to similar locations. So they're all kind of competing for the same kind of localized workforce. But at a national level, in any case, any one of those would have had those production facilities within the US. The first couple projects, so the first GE project, Vineyard Wind, had a lot of that material. The blades were coming from Quebec. The machine heads were coming from GE's overseas production facility in France. So going forward, all those machines would have been made in the US. But I think the offshore wind industry is kind of taking a little bit of a pause right now as it kind of work through some of the rough waters. So.
And I always look at it from an economic standpoint. I chaired commerce and labor for 8.5 years. And whenever we're talking about looking at renewables and the jobs that come with it, there's an economic multiplier that is inescapable. And one of the things that we looked at when, dare I say Tesla, came to Nevada wanting to, they were pitting us against Texas and New Jersey. And I said, we're the only place that they can go, because the only place in North America that has more lithium than Nevada or in the Americas is Brazil. And they're not getting ready to put the plant in Brazil. Texas doesn't have it. New Jersey doesn't have it. Nevada has it, and even if they put the plant there, they still have to they have to come here, get the lithium and truck it over there, and transportation is a heavy cost when you start talking about putting some type of battery into place. So I look at that and I say, so this is where we have been, and this is where we probably need to go. I also bring up the fact that in military operations, a lot of what we do today was first tested in the military. And I'll take 30 seconds, Alice, if I can. It's a personal story. When my first assignment was in Korea in 1979, and I went there and I was the supply officer, the dreaded supply officer. And Sergeant Major had said to me, do not sign for anything that you can't see. Yes, Sergeant Major. And I was responsible for everything that was in the company, the buildings, the beds, the sheets, all of that. I only had a secret clearance, and there was this one thing on the property books that I couldn't see because I didn't have a top secret clearance. And my commander said, Lieutenant, you will sign for this. I said, sir, I can't because I have to see it. And he said, I'm giving you a direct order that you will sign for this. Trust me, it is here. And so I signed and put next to my signature, but I didn't see it. And I didn't see it because I didn't have a TS clearance. And so I look back on it now and I laugh because you know what that equipment was in 79? It was a fax machine.
That's a great example to round the panel out. So let's give our panelists a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Justin Winters from One Earth. She has been working tirelessly on climate, first with the Leonardo DiCaprio Foundation and working with them for many, many, many years. And then focusing now on One Earth, which is really unique in the science they have that has brought together the best solution sets from around the world. And I don't want to understate this because a lot of the times we hear this solution here, this solution over there. But if we actually don't do the solutions in the right order and the right times together, we can undo or not achieve the goals that we need to happen. So she saw that gap and built an organization around that. And this is why it's so inspiring for us to work with One Earth and Justin and Carl and the team, is because when we put solution sets together, policies move action, right? In partnership with the private sector and the folks on the ground. And we can accelerate it. But if we accelerate in the wrong places or forget an area, we're not going to be as effective. So this is why we're so happy to have Justin join us and show us a little about their work and the policy solutions they've mapped across the US and world. So thank you.
All right, so we have a PowerPoint with a lot of visuals. So anybody who's sitting in the back, and if there's space for you to come move up from the front, I would encourage you to, because I know that you're going to want to dive into what the slides are showing. And hopefully, we worked on this earlier, but hopefully this will be fairly seamless. It's working. Okay. First off, I just want to say thank you for having me here today, Alex and Dominic, and the whole EOPPA team. Being here since last night has really been inspiring. Meeting all of you, knowing that there are all of these champions that are so committed to driving the transformative change that we need, regardless of the massive obstacles in our way, is exactly the kind of fuel that I need to keep going. So being here with you all in community and sharing some things that we have that we hope will be for you is just a great opportunity. So I'm Justin Winters, co-founder and executive director of One Earth. We use, as Alex said, we use solution science, innovative tools, and radical collaboration to really drive solutions to the twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss. And I'm going to walk you through our science, why we built it, and the frameworks that we have, and then share some great stories of some of the successes around the United States that are important to lift up in this moment, just to give examples of how we're implementing solutions and how much progress has actually been made. So based on current numbers right now, we're at 1.3 degrees C average global temperature rise. Obviously, it's different in every region and every state, and it varies greatly around the world, but that's where we're at average global temperature rise. 2024 was historic and really scary. There were 27 confirmed weather climate disasters with losses exceeding $1 billion each. Overall, these events resulted in the deaths of 568 people and had significant economic effects on the areas impacted. 2025 was off to a rough start in my home city of Los Angeles. There were massive fires in Pacific Palisades and Eaton that burned more than 40,000 acres and over 12,000 structures. I got to tell you, living through that and witnessing fire all around us, having burned book pages flying through the yard, ashes covering everything, even though I wasn't directly impacted, there's nothing like that coming home. Makes it really clear what we're up against and what we want to fight for. Based on a series of UN reports, it's clear that this 1.5 degrees C target has been determined as the upper limit when climatic changes could become unstoppable, triggering permanent drought in some regions and the loss of 8% or more of arable land. Given the impacts that we're seeing right now, Christiana Figueres's quote rings especially true. Every 1/10 of a degree matters. At One Earth, the existential question that has driven our work for almost a decade has been, can we solve the twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss? And if so, how? Until recently, there were no scientific models that showed how we could realistically have a good chance of achieving this, big climate target using currently available solutions. So in 2017, we started the research efforts at One Earth. And since then, we've worked with and supported more than 50 leading scientists and experts across an array of disciplines to answer aspects of this question. This resulted in our first major scientific product, the One Earth Climate Model, led by Aerospace Center, DLR, and University of Technology, Sydney. The model was originally published in 2019 by Springer Nature in a very dense scientific text called Achieving the Paris Climate Agreement Goals. It's 500 pages, an incredibly complicated text, but I can give you the short answer. Yes, it is still possible to achieve the climate targets that we need to achieve with existing solutions. I'm not saying it's easy, but it is still possible. More recently, the second edition of the model was released, which provided climate targets usable for the financial sector. And this year, we have an updated version of the One Earth Climate Model coming out that shows even though we are likely to overshoot 1.5 degrees C, it is still possible to bring us back to this critical limit and bring it even lower. That complex text, along with additional groundbreaking science like our Global Safety Net paper, can be simplified down into 3 core solution pillars. We need to shift to 100% clean, renewable energy by 2050. We need to protect, connect, and restore 50% of the world's lands and oceans. And lastly, we need to shift and transition to regenerative carbon neutral agriculture for our food and fiber systems by mid-century. So that's that last pillar you see, regenerative agriculture. Over the past year, we've continued to refine the analysis of the science to communicate clearly what specific solutions we need to scale. We broke the climate model and our additional research down into a more actionable framework, which you can see here, the One Earth Solutions Framework. All these colored boxes represent the 76 specific solution pathways across the 3 pillars in 12 different broad categories. At the top, all those colored boxes, we call the what, the specific 76 solution pathways that we need to invest in, support, and scale to achieve the renewable energy, nature conservation, and regenerative agriculture goals. At the bottom of the solutions framework, we included levers of change. This represents the ways in which change happens, how we're going to get this done through finance and philanthropy, policy and governance, legal empowerment, community action, education and culture, science and technology. Change never happens through one lever. And when one avenue feels impossible, we need to seek out other opportunities and ways to drive change. For example, right now, when national policies on climate and environment are being rolled back, we can look to ways to implement change at the local level with cities and states. We've also included intersectional themes, which represents a lens and an approach to getting these solutions done and implemented in a way that centers people and helps to get the work done in a way that is both fair and equitable. There are a number of things about our solutions framework that are totally unique, and there's a number of solutions frameworks out there right now, but there are some things that make this one especially unique. The first is that it's the only one based on a global climate model that shows us how to achieve these goals that are so critical. Another one is that we intentionally put nature and equity, all people, at the center of the proposition. We went to great lengths to do this, but it really gives us a roadmap of the type of future that is vibrant and healthy for all. Before we explore the universe of solutions within the 3 pillars more, I want to take a minute to address the idea of false solutions. These are a specific group of technologies that we explicitly do not include in our framework. They include things like direct air capture, solar radiation management, BECCS, geoengineering, and marine engineering. These technologies, which are often promoted as silver bullet tech solutions, are highly problematic for a number of reasons. They're misleadingly used to justify continued fossil fuel extraction under business as usual. They have innumerable adverse consequences to ecosystems and communities. They distract us from real, effective solutions, and they often further delay climate action. Enough about that. Let's focus on the good stuff, but happy to get into this with anybody later. And you can also go on our website to learn more explicitly as to why some of these false solutions are so problematic for communities and for nature. The good news is that we know what needs to be done. The solutions to the twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss exist, and they are key to building a future that is vibrant and healthy. So let's take a closer look at each of these three pillars and some of the solutions pathways within each of them. The One Earth energy transition model was developed by engineers, so it takes a very pragmatic approach to breaking down solution pathways, dividing them into 4 main energy modalities: renewable power, renewable heat, and renewable transport, and of course, energy efficiency. Totaling 23 energy solution pathways. Every region, every city, every state has a different makeup of renewable energy solutions that work for that area. And the transition to 100% renewable energy and mobility requires 100% access for all with a cascade of benefits. I'm going to show a quick video clip of the breakdown on our renewable energy mix from the One Earth climate model and the framework, and I think you guys have to play it.
Half of all countries energy requirements, with the remainder provided by renewable fuels. Building and infrastructure will also double electricity use, with more than 1/3 of heating needs met by geothermal, biomass, and solar heat sources. Coal will rapidly diminish, followed by a gradual phase out of oil and gas, while renewables will expand from approximately 20% today to 100% in 2050, led by a rapid expansion of solar and wind power. Renewable fuels and energy efficiency will play a major role in reducing overall consumption.
Wanted to jump in and quickly share a couple of great success stories on renewable energy across the United States. And then we'll move on to the other pillars and give examples there too. First, let's start with California. Last year, California consistently generated more than 100% of its electricity demand from renewable sources. California's clean energy laws, like the Renewable Portfolio Standard, set ambitious targets, requiring 60% renewable electricity by 2030 and 100% carbon-free by 2045. These policies created the foundation for today's success. State investments in big solar and wind farms, as well as battery storage, ensured that there was enough capacity to hit these milestones. And of course, federal incentives from the past administration helped too. Programs like net metering allowed homeowners with solar panels to sell excess power back to the grid. This boosted local renewable contributions and reduced the demand for utilities. In the state of Illinois, as of this year, all of Chicago's municipal buildings run on renewables. Chicago made a bold move to source all electricity for its 400+ municipal buildings from renewables, thanks to a deal with Constellation and Swift Current Energy. The city's leadership shows what's possible when you commit to a long-term vision. Mayor Emanuel started the plan in 2017, and Mayor Lori Lightfoot realized the agreements in 2022. Wind farms in key regions helped balance the grid, especially after dark. And Chicago didn't stop at clean energy. It secured $400,000 a year for workforce training programs, giving residents and veterans access to jobs in the growing renewable energy sector. You'll notice that I highlight California first in all of these. I can't help it, it's my home state. Moving on to Vermont, they passed a law in 2024 requiring Green Mountain Power, the state's largest utility, to get 100% of its electricity from renewables by 2030. This builds on Vermont's Global Warming Solutions Act, which requires a state to steadily cut greenhouse gas emissions. Clear targets make progress measurable and achievable. The state also offers financial support for local renewable energy projects like wind and solar, which keep energy dollars in Vermont and create local jobs. And programs like Renewable Energy Vermont engage schools, communities, and policymakers to build a shared understanding of what renewable energy means and the benefits of it. All right, moving on to that second pillar, nature conservation, sorry. We asked ourselves at One Earth, what does biodiversity have to do with climate change? Are animals like wolves and tigers, toucans and tapirs actually critical for the survival of humanity? What about whales, plankton, seagrass, and mangroves? It turns out that they all are. Thriving biodiversity is key to maintaining the health of land and ocean ecosystems that sequester and store carbon. By protecting habitat for biodiversity, we preserve our priceless carbon sinks, which are necessary to achieve a stable climate, as well as making life on Earth possible by providing us with clean air, water, healthy soil, and food. One Earth tracks 24 distinct nature solution pathways, conservations of lands and oceans to ecosystem restoration and connectivity. Recent scientific literature shows that only about 50% of the world's land is in natural or semi-natural condition. These lands act as our global carbon sponge, keeping the climate system from going haywire. We can't afford to lose any of it, actually, not to mention the additional emissions from ongoing deforestation. In 2020, we spearheaded a scientific effort with an array of conservation and biodiversity experts called the Global Safety Net. The effort found that we need to protect, restore, and connect 50% of the world's land to ensure that biodiversity thrives and that we keep critical carbon stores in the ground. All of this is necessary to achieve that 1.5 degrees C goal. While we need to achieve the 50% goal globally, each region, every country, every state has a different specific roadmap and goal depending on what's still intact and where there's potential for restoration and connectivity. Let me share a quick video with you all to walk you through the science and the findings.
Ecosystems absorb carbon from the atmosphere and produce the essentials for lifetime. Fresh water, clean air, and atmosphere. Intercontinental lines also help to prevent viral outbreaks like COVID-19. Tragically, in the past 50 years, we've lost half of our natural land, destroying 2/3 of all living creatures on Earth. We must reverse the damage, and we can by creating the global safety net, a network of land areas that are vital for nature and humanity. The global safety net is the first comprehensive estimate of the total land area requiring protection to solve the key crises of biodiversity loss and climate change. There are 6 main layers that make up the global safety net. First, are areas already protected by governments, totaling 15% of the planet's land. Second, species rarity sites. These are additional areas that need to be protected immediately before rare animals and plants are lost forever. Third are high biodiversity areas, groupings of plants and animals that are vital to maintaining our ecosystems. Fourth are large mammal landscapes, like the Pantanal wetlands of Western Brazil, home to the world's largest jaguars. Fifth are areas with a large extent of intact wilderness, continuous forests, shrublands, and grasslands. 6 are land areas that provide additional carbon absorption and storage, helping to stabilize our global climate system. The global safety net also incorporates an analysis of potential wildlife corridors, areas of degraded land that can be restored to connect ecosystems back together, allowing nature to be more resilient as the Earth warms. Taken together, the layers of the global safety net total approximately 50% of the world's land, offering a blueprint to restore our biosphere, helping to keep global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius, and providing the ecosystem services vital to our survival. Over 1/3 of these lands are communally held by Indigenous peoples, which demonstrates the importance of safeguarding territorial rights for these communities. You can explore the global safety net through a new web application, which displays how every country and region can contribute in different ways towards this common goal. Visit gsnapp.org to learn more about your region and how it can contribute towards a world in which nature and humanity coexist and thrive together.
Uh-oh. So this is just a quick shot of the Global Safety Net app. On the globalsafetynet.app web, oh, it went off. Okay. At any rate, you can go to globalsafetynet.app, and you can explore the science, you can watch the video, and then you can go into the map section and explore what does a global safety net look like in your state, in your country. This is really a critical piece to kind of give people a sense, especially policymakers and legislators, a sense of the role that biodiversity plays in achieving our climate goals. And making that more local and relevant while also understanding, the global goals. Let's see if this, okay. So moving on, California, once again, we're going to talk about successes in California for nature conservation. Hold on. Go back, okay. In 2020, Governor Gavin Newsom issued an executive order establishing the goal of conserving 30% of California's lands and coastal waters by 2030. And at least 8 other states have adopted similar targets via executive order or legislation. The Pathways to 30 by 30 policy and strategy outline clear steps, including mapping conservation opportunities and identifying priority areas, ensuring data-driven and transparent decision-making. California accelerated significant funding through bonds and budgets to accelerate conservation projects, enabling local communities, landowners, and tribes to participate in protecting biodiversity. Policies supporting tribal stewardship have been a cornerstone, fostering co-management agreements and returning ancestral lands to indigenous communities as part of conservation efforts. In Oregon, and this is one of my favorite of stories, and happy to send around after the talk, a great TED, it's essentially kind of a short TED talk from the Maine lawyer who achieved this victory in Oregon, but it is a powerful story of reclamation and restoration. In Oregon, the Klamath River recently underwent the largest dam removal project in U.S. history. This significant effort aimed to restore the river's ecosystems and improve conditions for migratory fish species, particularly salmon. This monumental project was driven by decades of advocacy from tribal nations. The collaboration involved federal, state, and tribal partnerships, as well as funding from Pacificor, the dam's owner, and private contributions, demonstrating how diverse stakeholders can unite for large-scale environmental restoration. The removal of 4 hydroelectric dams restored hundreds of miles of habitat for salmon, reduced water temperatures, and improved water quality along the river. In Wyoming last year, the Republican-led government approved the sale of a square-mile parcel of state-owned land within Grand Teton National Park to the federal government. This decision aims to integrate the land into the national park, thereby enhancing conservation efforts and resolving long-standing disputes. The sale was approved by Wyoming's Republican-led government, resolving decades of disputes over the land's future and ensuring it will now be protected as part of the park. The agreement relied on bipartisan collaboration and federal support, using a mix of federal funds and private donations to ensure the land's protection while respecting Wyoming's economic priorities. Proceeds from the sale will fund public education in Wyoming, demonstrating how conservation policies can deliver both environmental and community benefits. All right, moving on to the third pillar, regenerative agriculture. We need to produce enough food and fiber for a growing global population on our existing agricultural footprint. And we need to grow our food and fiber in a way that is conducive to biodiversity, making our soil rich in carbon storage capacity and its ability to grow healthy, nutrient-rich foods. This will require scaling regenerative agriculture methods across our croplands and rangelands, implementing food waste solutions, and creating circular food and fiber systems. One Earth tracks 29 specific solution pathways across those 4 main categories in the regenerative agriculture pillar. It's important to note that 80% of the world's nutrition is actually produced by smallholder farmers, while industrial farms produce only 20% on an area twice the size. Supporting and scaling smallholder farmers with regenerative agriculture methodologies is in fact a leading climate solution. Here are a few great examples of regenerative agriculture success with, once again, California at the top. We haven't actually done an analysis to see if they're in the lead, but for some of these things, I bet they are. The California Department of Food and Agriculture has started to implement a healthy soils program to grant farmers and ranchers government funding to promote the development of healthy soils. A bill passed in 2016 led to the creation of the Healthy Soils Program, which is a collaboration of state agencies and departments. Since 2017, the program has awarded $167 million to over 1,400 incentive projects and 72 demonstration projects. It said that so far, the program has built soil health across 130,000 acres and sequestered 1.1 million estimated metric tons of CO2, equivalent over the lifetime of the supported projects. In Detroit, Michigan, there are nearly 1,400 community gardens and farms, including one officially designated agricultural neighborhood, or agrihood. The Detroit Agrihood model is a 3-acre farm focusing on food insecurity that is also planning to provide a community resource center with educational programs and a meeting space across from the garden, a cafe, and 2 commercial kitchens. These types of efforts are made possible in part because the city of Detroit's commitment to enacting standards that allow land-based projects to thrive, in addition to strong zoning and land use policies that enable urban agriculture on vacant land, and local ordinances that support community-led agricultural efforts, and measures at the federal level that support state efforts. This is one of my favorites, actually. Pretty incredible project. Then the state of Massachusetts has successfully implemented a ban on commercial food waste, supported by an extensive composting network, regular inspections, straightforward regulations, and significant fines for noncompliance. This comprehensive approach has made Massachusetts a leader in food waste reduction. At One Earth, we're using our solutions framework to drive meaningful climate action for the planet and for all people in a myriad of ways. On our website and through the social media channels, you can explore solutions that speak to you and that are most relevant to your community, whether that's new innovations in the energy sector, bringing back species to landscapes through rewilding, or scaling urban composting. And you can also discover stories about the incredible people, like all of you, who are overcoming enormous obstacles to get climate and biodiversity solutions implemented in their communities. This fall, I just wanted to tee up this project that we have coming out. It's been about a year and a half in the works. It is a project with an incredible company called Vibrant Data Labs, which Ben knows well. It is a data analysis and science company. We are tracking resource flow to all the solutions in the One Earth Solutions framework. And by that, I mean specifically private investments, private philanthropy, and we're looking for the gaps and the opportunities that dollars are not flowing to. When we launch this report, we're aiming to make it interactive, dynamic, and really rich in storytelling versus just a boring data and metrics report. And the intention is to really empower you all with the stories that you need to advocate for financing flowing in the right ways. So look out for that. And lastly, just wanted to share our website. We would really welcome being in community with you all, getting feedback on the assets that we're producing. We're here to serve you, and I'm looking forward to partnering with EOPA to really deliver some toolkits and materials and stories that would be beneficial for you all with your communities and constituencies. So thank you so much.
How engaged have you found family offices to be in terms of solving this problem, because they're sitting on so much capital? Yeah.
What a great question. Yeah, and one of my things that I'm particularly focused on. I have to say that I think I've never seen, I've worked in the climate movement and specifically focused on philanthropy for 17 years. And I've never seen the level of interest in family offices that I'm seeing right now. What I am noticing is that people are totally overwhelmed about what to invest in. They don't understand what climate solutions are necessarily. There's a huge hill to climb around education. And then, of course, it's also a hill to kind of encourage them to make investment in solutions. But we are eager to explore ways to motivate, galvanize, the private sector to really get resources flowing. So really open to ideas that you may have around that. And I think September will be a good moment for that for us. Anybody else? I know that was a lot of information to throw at everybody, but no more questions? Okay.
I wanted to give others a chance, but Sergio Lopez, Mayor of Campbell, I'm curious, this has been just one of the most fascinating, just actionable, densely packed with good insights, information. As an organization, I'm wondering, what is your strategic approach to operationalizing some of this and having some of those conversations with policymakers? And I can just say I would love to follow up and have those conversations, but I'm wondering how you think about what are the next steps with operationalizing this?
What a great question, and one that we've really been challenged with. This year, we've been realizing that, I mean, the problem is that this framework and the educational materials around it, the stories behind it, seem to resonate with everybody. So we have this kind of wonderful problem where everybody wants it. And I also have a recognition that all different stakeholder groups are important, but we've got to start somewhere. So we chose to focus initially, I mean, everything on our website is really designed for accessibility and making it open to all, because we have long-term aspirations of really galvanizing even individuals in this moment. But for right now, we got really strategic about where can we drive the most impact. And so the focus for this year has been around, private capital, so investors and philanthropists. So that's why we have some of these tools coming out in the fall. The next step I'm hopeful of, and we haven't figured this out yet, but EOPA and I have a call coming up next week, is really finding a strategic partner like them to build out tools and content, et cetera, for policy and legislators. That's another, especially ones like you all that are really driven and want to dive in and want to give feedback about what you need so that we can meet you where you're at. I don't want to do anything unless it's actually going to drive impact. And that means that in this moment, it's a two-way street. It's about partnership, conversation, listening, and then deploying the tools that you actually need. So I'm open to your feedback and would love to have a conversation.
And we have one last question from the online folks.
Yeah.
So do the graphs on global expansion take the ramping up of AI into account? And what positive and negative impacts of AI does Justin see on her work in particular? Thank you. Very much appreciate the chat.
Great question. So the third version of the One Earth Climate Model that we have coming out this year, we have incorporated the growing use of AI into our model. And what that has meant is that, and we also took into account a million other factors. I'm not a climate modeler, but I can tell you the highlights of it, is that we are on a path to overshooting that 1.5 degrees C target. But we can actually still, especially with the ramp up of renewables and battery storage and all these incredible solutions around energy, and while also taking into account, protecting and restoring nature and drawing carbon down and growing our food correctly, we can bring it back. So the new model will show and incorporate the growing use of AI. One positive thing to say about AI is that we are actually incorporating it and using the best ones that we can into how we build tools and bring our content to life to more and more people. So there are positive ways in which to use AI and a lot of, things that we have to be wary of and aware of as we incorporate into our lives. Yeah.
A tool called ClearPath, which I think it's 1,200 municipalities in the US are using, that sounds like it's doing some similar things. So it's probably worth having a conversation with them. Put your hands up, ICLEI people. But it sounds like it's a really complementary type of initiative.
Yeah, exactly. And really the only way that this work at One Earth is going to scale and drive impact is through really deep partnerships. So very open to those conversations. And of course, no ICLEI. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. We're going to play a short video on our public leadership certificate program. So you get, those of you who weren't there last night, you'll get to see it a little bit and learn a little bit about the program. And if you're interested in it and you haven't had a chance, feel free to apply for the program too. Just being here is going to give you a leg up. I think we had about 200 applicants last year. But if you do apply for it, put in the why that you attended the summit and you talked to us. Because it's board of 5, and the folks that we meet, we almost always have the best quality when we meet you beforehand. So do remind us of that if you apply for the program. So please play the video.
EOPA, in my mind, it's a truly unique organization. I've been in the climate philanthropy space for almost 20 years, and the attention to every individual person that comes in as a prospective leader, newly elected or recently elected, and empowering them, giving them the tools to just be better speakers and better presenters, like all these core skills that no one teaches anywhere. I feel like it's just pretty indispensable.
I was able to learn from so many professionals from all over the world, where they told me about different things such as emotional intelligence and effective communication.
Make those connections and keep them, because you're going to find them quite helpful.
Having interactions with elected officials with long storied careers that I could speak with and learn from, and we could take these materials together and come up with new policy ideas with the excitement that we really can make a difference.
It's bringing people together to try and solve problems and to be the best elected official you can possibly be to represent your community.
Thank you. So yes, if you're interested in joining the certificate program, just talk with one of us. We'd be happy to send you the application link. And for our last, but definitely not least portion of the program, we're really grateful again to Justin for laying out the sets of solutions that we need to work together, both in policy, together with the solutions on the ground, and with the finance to scale. And now we're actually going to have an incredible opportunity to interactively use those solutions together with our collective intelligence as a team, using the most advanced real-time science-based climate modeling software that I've ever seen. It's remarkable. My friend Ellie Johnston, who I've known for almost 20 years now, is like, you need to see this. She showed me it. Like, this is incredible. We want to bring this to our elected officials and partners. So I'd love to bring up to the stage Crystal Neuser, Associate Director with MIT Climate Pathways Project, to show us the interactive En-ROADS climate modeling simulator. And together, we're going to, in real time in the next several minutes, solve the climate crisis. So let's get to work.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, this is going to be highly interactive. So if you can grab your cell phones and use this QR code up on the screen, and if you have your laptop open, you can also use the URL pollev.com/climate pathways. You do not need to register, hit skip. You do not need to tell me your name, hit skip. All of your answers to my polling questions are completely anonymous, but this is going to be highly interactive. And so this is the way that you're going to give me feedback through today's session. There should be a question there asking you something along the lines of, what climate solution do you think is going to have the biggest impact and in time to make a difference? So this is all about, you've heard a ton of stuff today, ton of possible solutions. There's probably solutions that you're already working on. You're curious about, what solution do you think could have the biggest impact and in time to make a difference? Take your time to vote. Let's see what we have. "40 of you, 43 of you, 44. Wait. I won't. Yep. 58 of you. That's pretty good. I don't want you all to see each other's responses yet, because I don't want you to influence each other. But let's see what we have at this point. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down so I can make sure I'm seeing them all. Okay, so number one, we have encouraging renewable energy by far as the number one. Thank you. Then we have discouraging fossil fuels and improving energy efficiency. And third, all right, I'm going to stop there. I'm going to take our top three to get started. Okay. Sorry, it's like I can't see what I'm doing with the microphone. Okay. Okay. So again, my name is Crystal Noiser. I'm Senior Associate Director of the Climate Pathways Project. I am at MIT's new Climate Policy Center. This is a collaborative project between the center, MIT Sloan Sustainability Initiative, and the nonprofit Climate Interactive. Ellie works for Climate Interactive, dear friend of mine. The Climate Policy Center was established just this past May. This is our mission: to serve as a trusted nonpartisan resource for policymakers who wish to advance evidence-based climate policy in the next decade. And my project's mission is to leverage interactive simulation towards that very same end. The experience that you're about to have, that we're going to have collectively together, this has been seen by over 435,000 people around the world in 178 countries, thanks to a network of over 880 trained ambassadors. There are probably multiple En-ROADS climate ambassadors in your state who can run workshops like this in person where you live. And our project is really laser focused on getting the simulation in front of folks like you, folks whose jobs right now can be influential to the shaping and to the making of climate policy. And so we've been able to get it in front of over 18,000 leaders in government, business, and civil society. And since we have so many elected officials here, particularly in government, we've done a lot of work at the federal level in the US, showing it to 176 members of Congress at this point. Lots of state and local agency staff, governors, mayors, et cetera. So let's dive into the model itself. This is what it looks like. En-ROADS is a freely available climate solutions simulator. It is co-developed by Climate Interactive and MIT Sloan using the best available science. So we're using data sources like the IPCC, the International Energy Agency, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the UN, the World Bank, all of the latest peer-reviewed science. It is a system dynamics model. So it's going to connect the atmosphere to the biosphere, to the terrosphere, to our society, to our economy. When we tug on anything in the simulator, we're going to be tugging on everything else. It is updated regularly. You'll always see a version in the corner, and you can track all of the model's changes, improvements, development, added features over time. It is fully documented, so you can go and access the model's technical reference, and you can see the entire model structure. You can see all the equations, parameters, every assumption we make. All of the scientific citations are there for you to explore. And as a user, you can also go into the simulator's baseline assumptions, and you can challenge and change all of our key assumptions. So it's very important for us not only to be transparent with the model, but also to be flexible with the model. All models are wrong, as the saying goes. Some models are useful. And so part of making sure that En-ROADS stays useful is being transparent and flexible. Another big part of that, too, is also testing this model against historical data and against other models. So this model actually starts in 1990. We hit play, we run it to the end of the century, and then we have 35 years of actual data to say, what did our model say was going to happen? What really happened? Is there anything that we can learn to improve our modeling? Then we also compare it to the results from the large integrated assessment models that are also system dynamics models like this that the IPCC uses. And we feed in the same inputs, we let them play out, we see what they do, and we compare En-ROADS to those results. And we want to make sure that our results are no more different than any one other model's results or than they are from each other. So again, all models are wrong, some models are useful. This is why we believe En-ROADS is useful. What you see when you land here, oh, and by the way, it is also in 21 languages. So you can drop down and use this in 21 different languages. And we can switch the temperature here, the global average temperature. And I'm going to do that right now since everyone here is US based, and we'll put Fahrenheit on top and Celsius on the bottom. So what you're looking at is a baseline scenario. And what this means is it's a reasonable starting point for what the future could look like if we don't do anything more than we already have today to tackle climate change. So this is not including any pledges that countries are making or any pledges that Fortune 500 companies are making or net zero pledges or anything like that. It's just starting from where we are today and projecting out into the future. So you always see the two graphs up top, and you can drill into these, and there are hundreds of more graphs underneath that you can use to answer any questions that you have as you work through the model. I'm going to switch the graph to the stacked graph that I prefer. And on the left-hand side, you're seeing primary sources of energy demand around the world. It's a stacked graph, and you're always going to see in En-ROADS, the bottom is always going to show you 100 years from the year 2000 to 2100, and then the vertical axis will change depending on what we're looking at. So here we're looking at global sources of primary energy. On the bottom, we have coal in brown, oil in red, gas in blue, renewable energy. This includes wind and solar and hydro and geothermal. They're all modeled separately, but we visually show them together in green, bioenergy in pink, and nuclear energy in baby blue on the top there. We know when we combust fossil fuels, we're producing this big gray band over here. So now we're looking at greenhouse gas net emissions by gas on the right-hand side, and we're putting all of the gases into carbon dioxide equivalents, since different greenhouse gases have different abilities to trap heat for different amounts of time. But we put them all on carbon dioxide equivalents so we can compare like with like. And we can see this big gray area here is the main driver of climate change. That's carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuels. But we also have contributions here in green underneath from our land use and land use change decisions. Above that, in gold, we have the fluorinated gases, everything that's keeping things cool, our air conditioners, freezers, refrigerators, dehumidifiers, things of that nature in industry. In baby blue, we have methane. So this is from agriculture and waste and industry. And then nitrous oxide in purple, also from waste and agriculture making fertilizers. And so if we go on this pathway, we don't do anything more than we have done today. Our model says that we'd be on track for 6 degrees Fahrenheit of warming by the end of the century, or 3.3 degrees Celsius of warming by the end of the century. We know this is not acceptable, and that's why we're going to work together today to create a much more safer, healthier, more prosperous future. To show you how the model works, we have to make some assumptions, right, to make these kind of projections out into the future. So for example, we have to make some assumption about future population. En-ROADS is a global model. This is very important to remember throughout this whole demonstration. So we are looking at what if the world did this thing to this extent on average, what would that mean for the world for the most part? So we're not going to be able to say, if I do this in Georgia, this is what's going to happen in Georgia. We're going to think about things in terms of a global average policy. And so, for example, with population, we have global population. We make an assumption that it's going to be the median of the UN's population growth metrics. But you as a user can say, I want to explore if it was closer to the slower end of their projections. They have a slower growth rate. They have a higher end growth rate projection, and you want to play around with those. When you move this, and I'm going to do this for you, look what happens to the graphs and the global temperature. Tens of thousands of equations go off in the background, and you as a user are going to get immediate results from any intervention you make in this system. So we make assumptions about population growth. We make assumptions about economic growth. We make assumptions about future technological process or progress, I should say. How much energy are we going to need to move a dollar through the economy long term? How much carbon dioxide are we going to produce from the energy that we need to do that? So we have those baseline assumptions, and now we can work from this as a starting point to explore the future. So on the left-hand side, we have all these different interventions we can make around energy supply. What are we using to create energy? In the top center, how are we using that energy? End use, transportation, buildings and industry. Those growth factors I already spoke about. Carbon dioxide removal, both nature-based and technological solutions for removing carbon dioxide from the air. And then other sources of greenhouse gases that come from agriculture, waste, industry, and the decisions we make about deforestation. So we're going to go back to the polls. Encourage renewables, discourage fossil fuels, and energy efficiency. Okay, so let's start with energy efficiency. Right here in the center, we have energy efficiency in both transportation and buildings and industry. I'll be a good scientist and we'll do one at a time. But what we're doing here when we move this top lever is we're decreasing the amount of energy we need annually to run our buildings and industry. So we can dive into any lever in En-ROADS and we can get more detailed and make interventions that are very, very specific because we have such short time today. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to use the top layer lever and I'm going to be pretty aggressive. I'm really going to push building and industry energy efficiency really strong. But before I do that, I want you to do something for me, which I think is an important part of the learning process. It's test your own mental model about what is going to happen. So if we go really, really hard on building an industry energy efficiency worldwide right now, what does your mental model tell you is going to happen to the global temperature in 2100? I'm going to give you a poll question for this. We're going to go back to the polls. I'm going to do it in Fahrenheit, and you can think about it like this. Is the world going to get warmer? So more than 6 degrees Fahrenheit? Is it going to do something, but not much? Is it going to land us somewhere in the middle between where we're at and the global climate goals? Is it going to be amazing and get us almost all of the way there? Or is it going to be a silver bullet? Are we going to end up somewhere between 2 and 3 degrees Fahrenheit, which the global goals would be to get to 3.7 or 2.6 degrees Fahrenheit of warming? So this is a silver bullet solution. So go ahead, vote. Got 6, 7, 8 of you, 9 of you, 10 of you. It's anonymous. No one knows what you think. No one's going to know. Oh, yep. No problem. You're going to vote with this. You're going to vote with that code. Skip the first question where it says to register. Skip, don't tell me your name. And then back to the poll. There it is. It's reactivated. Just had to take it down while they. All right, 19 of you. This is an important part of the learning process. En-ROADS is built to help people test their mental models about the relative contribution of different policy solutions. Okay, for the sake of time, I'm gonna click it and see where we're at. Just so we get a sense of what people are thinking in the room. Okay, so most of you think it's gonna do something, but not much. The next lot of you think it's somewhere between the middle of the road or bam, we have some people, 19% say this is gonna be a silver bullet, and then fewer are thinking it might make the world warmer or somewhere in between. But by and large, folks are thinking mostly that it's gonna have some impact, but maybe not a significant amount. So let's go ahead, let's go into En-ROADS and let's do it. Pay attention to what happens to the temperature and to the graphs. Bam, 5.4. So we shaved off, I'm gonna replay that. We shaved off 0.6 of a degree Fahrenheit. Every 1/10 of a degree matters. And that is actually pretty significant on the road to getting that temperature down. So what happens here? You can blow up any graph in En-ROADS and repeat. What do we see happening? Decrease overall, so the top of that layer is going down because we're reducing the amount of energy we need to live our lives the same way. This isn't conservation. Remember, this is efficiency. Our buildings have the same amount of lighting. They're just as warm. They're just as cool. They're just as comfortable. We're just doing more with less. But we have this huge overall drop in consumption. And then how do we, if we look at the different bars of color, most of them are squeezing pretty much the same. So this is an overall conservation across the board of all energy types. We're doing this early on. We haven't done anything else in this policy simulation to change where we're getting our energy from. We still have a lot of dirty energy in the mix. And because we went really fast and really strong right in the beginning with energy efficiency, this is actually a very high leverage policy. If the grid was clean and we had done all of this to clean up the grid and we said, let's worry about building energy efficiency in 20 years from now, it's not going to have this much of an impact, but it's having a huge impact right now, multi-solving for other societal challenges as well, bringing down folks' energy bills, creating jobs that are pretty much impossible to outsource because you have to do the work inside the building in your communities. So that's one policy. Let's look at Let's look at something that's going to clean the grid. So we had discouraging fossil fuels. So there's a few different ways that we can do that. We can institute a policy that makes a singular fossil fuel more expensive or cheaper, right? And we could do that from a simple tax, or we could do it with a regulation that makes it just harder and more expensive to extract the resource. We can also put a price on carbon emissions as another way to discourage fossil fuels. So for the sake of time, I'm just going to go and I'm going to strongly discourage an individual fossil fuel. I'm going to strongly discourage coal by making it more expensive. I'm not going to poll you on this again, but stop for a second, look at the temperature, and think to yourself, what does my mental model tell me is about to happen if we make it a lot more expensive to extract coal by something like a tax or a regulation? We're at 5.4. Remember, we're striving for at least to get that to 3.6, but even lower if possible. We're going to do it. Bam. Okay, down to 5.2. So let's replay that. So what is happening here in the system? Well, we're definitely putting a squeeze on coal. So if we look at this larger, you can see the brown area is getting smaller. But it takes time for that to happen. So if it was a tax, we're going to, in the model, we're going to phase it in over 10 years. What you also see is that if we look at what happens to the green band, the kind of good intention that we had with doing that, if we have less dirty energy, we'll have more clean energy. En-ROADS lets you really look at individual sources of energy in just closer, so that you can investigate a singular one. So if we look at, for example, what is happening with, sorry, the graphs are changing on me. If we look at what's happening with renewable energy, we had already took down the demand because we had done so much with energy efficiency. But then if I move this forward, you see that it's pulling it up a little bit. So the renewables are coming in to kind of displace that coal. But sometimes what our mental models forget to tell us is that the same would happen for another type of energy that is creating emissions, like natural gas. So if we go back and forth here in the animation, we've already brought it down because of all that energy efficiency, but natural gas can still come in and fill that gap that's created by coal. So that's one of the reasons why sometimes if we go just after one fossil fuel individually, we don't see as big of an impact as we thought, because other fossil fuels can come in and fill in the gaps. All types of energy compete with all types of energy, not just dirty versus dirty and clean versus clean. We could also do something like price the emissions to discourage fossil fuels, and that would not pick out any singular fossil fuel. It would basically say, if you make energy in a way that creates carbon pollution, you will pay a fee. If you make energy that doesn't create carbon pollution, you won't pay a fee. So if we did something like discourage fossil fuels through a carbon price, then we would see a much more dramatic dip, because it's going after all types of fossil fuels at the same time, not just one type. And it's also encouraging fossil fuels to figure out some of these technologies that we hear a lot about. I heard a lot about it today in the last session, that we hear, carbon capture and storage technologies and placing these on the fossil fuel plants and capturing that carbon and storing it. Well, if we look at this now, we can actually see, because we put a price on carbon for the first time, we see these gray bars appearing, and what's appearing is natural gas that actually would have that technology on, because we made it so expensive to produce the energy in a dirty way. It created a strong financial signal for them to figure out how to produce it in a clean way, so they don't have as many stranded assets. So these are all things that you can explore in depth in En-ROADS. You can drive into this carbon price lever. You can set a specific price. You can do a clean electricity standard if you want. You can do a emissions performance standard. There's all sorts of features that you can dive in here. Also, always remember to think about, how are we multi-solving for other societal issues? So we have squeezed a lot of coal out here by the middle of the century. So En-ROADS lets us look at things like impacts, and we can see Impacts like, for example, air pollution from PM 2.5 air pollution. That is the tiniest particulate matter that gets in our lungs and our cardiovascular systems and is responsible for asthma and heart disease and cardiovascular issues and millions of deaths worldwide. We have this huge and steep decline in those emissions around the world because of this policy, nothing to do with climate change, just another societal issue that we're able to solve for. So you can use En-ROADS to explore those things as well. We also want to not only discourage the dirty energy, but we said we want to encourage renewables. So I'm going to go in here, I'm going to go back to the home graphs. And we're going to look at strongly encouraging renewables. Again, you can think of this as a subsidy on renewables. So if this would be the equivalent of about a 7 cents per kilowatt hour subsidy, if we crank this all the way, I'm going to do that. Look at the temperature. Ask yourself, what does my mental model tell me is going to happen when I crank this up? We're going to crank it up 4.6. We've already taken a lot of the fossil fuels out, but there's still some in there, particularly one. And a positive story here is to remember that this model is projecting out into the future. It's not saying the way things are today, it's the way it's going to stay. So if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the black line, which is the baseline scenario, is already showing, without taking any more action than we have today, that renewable energy demand is increasing around the world. What we're doing is we're making it increase even more, even faster on top of that. So there's already this very positive story to tell in the baseline. We're not just working from today. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to the poll. So we're at 4.6. We got to shave off at least another degree Fahrenheit. So now I'm going to give you an image of the sliders that I have in front of me. And drop a pin on what you'd like me to try next. So we've already done something to coal. We've already done something with carbon pricing. So that was discouraging fossil fuels in 2 different ways. We've also cranked energy efficiency in building and industry. That's the only one that we did. And we promoted renewables. We strongly encourage renewables. What else do we need to try? Let's see. 7. Does anyone need the QR code again? No? Yeah? Okay, it's going to stop for a second. It's going to stop for a second. There's the QR code. Okay. And I'm going to start it again if you didn't answer yet. And I'm just going to look where they're starting to drop. All right, we have a bunch around agriculture emissions, economic growth, but that looks like it's kind of on both sides of the lever. So a lot on agricultural emissions. Maybe you're influenced by your peers' votes at this point, but that's okay. And we have some for electrification and transport next. Okay, so let's do agriculture, let's do electrification and transport. The economic growth is kind of on both sides. So let's go back to En-ROADS. Okay, so agriculture emissions, I'm just going to go strong on this. You as a user, when you have more time, and I hope you're excited to explore this, you can be really specific. You can say, I want to look at best practices in livestock rearing. I want to look at best practices in crop production. I want to look at reducing food waste. I want to look at encouraging more plant-based diets. You can drill in to the lever and you can really get specific as you want to. But I'm going to kind of push the lever across the board for all of those things at the same time. We're at 4.6. What does your mental model tell you is going to happen if we go with agricultural emissions? Let's see what happens. Let's replay that. We shaved off 2 more tenths of a degree. Every tenth of a degree matters. Remember that we're focusing on methane, we're focusing on nitrous oxide, and then those gases are very, very powerful. We see them, we see what's left here. This is a nice kind of puzzle to say, where else do we still need to do work? But methane and nitrous oxide don't only come from agriculture. They come from industry, they come from our waste management, our wastewater management, the way we make nylons and plastics and fertilizers and explosives. So there's another lever here that we can touch to do that. And that would be in waste and leakage. So I'll go ahead and just add a little bit of that for the sake of time. And we could shave off more. We're still kind of focusing on those same gases, but we still have this big, you can see where we still have to make some interventions. So we're at 4-1. What else should we try? We said electrification and transport. So I'll go ahead and crank this up. What we're doing here when we do this is we're basically saying we're going to subsidize the purchase of new road and rail transportation. So cars and trucks and trains and buses. You can go into the advanced features if you want to mess around with air transport and water, but we don't do that at the top layer. So I'm just going to go ahead and crank that, but think about what your mental model says is going to happen. And let's see what happens. 0.2 of a degree more. So now we have a new way to uptake all of this renewable energy that we are promoting, right? We have to, if we're making more and more electricity, we have to have a way to uptake that. And so we're producing more of that for that reason. I think one of the important factors to think about in terms of, especially with policy, with electrification, and En-ROADS lets us explore this. If I look at transportation sales and transportation total transport. So if you look at these graphs side by side, what the one on the left is showing you is what percentage of all new road and rail transport sales are now coming from electric vehicle market, right? So if we just say, okay, let's look at like 30%, follow the line here. How long does it take for 30% of all new sales to be electric with what we've done so far? And we see this is out in 2034. And then if we say, but how long does it take for all road and rail to be 30% electric in the whole world? So we do the same exercise and we just drag across here and look. Now we're out to 2041. There's almost a 10-year delay there. Why? We're encouraging the thing we want. We're putting more electric vehicles out there, but we're not necessarily speeding up the retirement of the old ICE vehicles that are out on the road, the internal combustion engines that are still out there, right? So if we want to speed that up, maybe we turn in our internal combustion vehicles and they get scrapped and we get a deal on our new electric car, and we keep them from just going back on the used car market and staying on the road. So En-ROADS is really helpful for us to see delays in the system. Okay. Yes. 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 So you can go to financial and you can see average price of energy to consumers. And this, what you're seeing here, is the carbon price that we put on. So this is the price that we're putting on the emissions for the dirty fuel to incentivize them to clean up those fuels or to transition. So when people talk about carbon pricing policies, even though they're wildly impactful in terms of keeping the global temperature down, you don't really hear them talked about unless there is some kind of financial rebate to consumers, some requirement to reinvest those funds in the clean technologies that are going to cost less for them, so that the people, particularly at the low and middle end of the economic ladder, aren't hurt by that pricing mechanism. Otherwise, it would never fly. Yes. Nope. So what we just did there at the simplest lever is we just put a $1 per ton price on carbon dioxide emissions on fuel production to the actual industry. We can't model carbon offsets or carbon credits here. We can model the types of projects that carbon offsets or the voluntary market purport to invest in. So we can do something like plant 1 trillion trees in the model, but we can't simulate carbon offsets. That's a great question. Okay, we're almost there. Someone just yell something out you want me to add on. Plant 1 trillion trees. All right, we'll go do it. So remember I said that I think this is the best feature of En-ROADS. You can drill into the simulation. You can drill into the assumptions. I'm going to find something like, where are you? Afforestation and reforestation. This is our assumption we're making about the maximum available land that could be converted to forested area. the amount that would be required to plant 1 trillion trees, it gets talked about all the time, is more than we assume is probably possible, but we allow you to explore that. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to change the baseline assumption in the model that we have 900 million hectare out there available, and I'm going to crank this up and we're going to do it. And we're going to take off 0.5 of a degree. Actually, that didn't just plant 1 trillion trees. So let me be a good scientist. Let me take that back. Let me drive in. We did 2 nature-based solutions at the same time there. We actually also did agricultural soil carbon sequestration at the same time. We're not going to do that. We're going to put on the detailed settings. That's what they're there for. And we're just going to plant the trees. So much less there, 0.2 of a degree. Why isn't it more? Well, let's look at how much land we just needed to find all around the world to do that. All right, there it is. This one's a little bit better to see. There it is in the bottom right-hand corner. So there's a gray dotted line, if you can't see in the back, right where I'm running my cursor, which shows you the area of the size of the country of India. So we need time to find 3 Indias worth of land and secure that land around the world. We need time to plant those trees. We need time for those trees to grow. And En-ROADS really helps you to like dive in and be able to tell the stories. For example, how long it takes for baby trees to become teenagers, to become old growth trees that actually have a really big canopy and can suck all that carbon and store it for us. So there's huge time delays. That's why we don't see a bigger effect by the end of the century. We only have 0.1 of a degree Fahrenheit to shave off. What should we do? Electrification in buildings and industry. Okay, so we did that in transport. We'll do it in buildings and industry. Maybe we only have to go like halfway there. And there we are at the upper end of the global goals. So you did it in a very short amount of time in a simulated environment. So obviously we're doing this really quick. We're just yanking on levers. This is not the real world, right? We don't have a political will lever. It's like, how fast are we going to pull these levers and how far are we going to pull them? That's really the work that you guys are doing. There's no one pathway to success. I can run these every day and every scenario of success is going to look different, but they'll have some things in common. Every single scenario of success will show a dramatic decrease in coal, oil, and gas in the next 10 to 20 years, even if a scenario goes really strong on carbon capture and storage, which we didn't do here, but some folks do. There's plenty of opportunities to multi-solve. So even though some of the interventions we made were lower leverage for the climate, that doesn't mean they're low leverage for the world. There might be other really good reasons to work on these policies, but maybe we have to be careful about how much we say it's going to be a climate solution and it's going to get us much less further than it can in reality. And it's still possible. It's still technologically possible. I'm looking here quick. We did not do any CCS technology. We did not do any fancy direct air capture technology or mineralization. We could have simulated a breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology. We didn't do any of that. So the scenario we just created in, 35 minutes did not include any technology that we already don't have today. So it is still possible to do this in time. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be worth it. Yes.
Like everyone becomes a vegetarian.
Yeah. Yeah. You can drill into agriculture. I mean, I always say, what's the policy that's going to encourage people to maybe shift to a more plant-based diet, right? Like we have to be, but you can go in here and you can use the detailed settings and agricultural emissions, and you can reduce. So right now about 30% of the worldwide diet comes from animals, and you can go ahead and start messing around with decreasing that. And you're going to see 0.1 of a degree Celsius. There it is in Fahrenheit. So you can mess around with that. Same with food waste, clearing less land to grow less crops, to feed less livestock, to feed more people, all of that. And then less emissions from cows burping. Like that simple. And fertilizer, we need less fertilizer as well. So you can drill into these and you can really geek out. In each policy lever, there is an information button that explains the key dynamics. So when something happens and it's unexpected, you can say, why did this just happen? It's different than my mental model told me. You can see the key dynamics. You can see all the multi-solving benefits of the policy. And then you can also see the equity considerations. How would we actually implement this policy in a way that's fair and makes the world better, not worse for folks, like carbon pricing and making sure that there's some kind of reinvestment or dividend for people. Let's take just 2 seconds to look at the world that we just created together. En-ROADS helps you tell the story of impact, so we can look at things like deaths from extreme heat around the world. Where were we headed in all of these different regions around the world? That's the black bar. The blue bar is the world that we just created together. So these are the deaths per 100,000 people. There are people dying today from extreme heat, and it's going to happen, but we've made it much more safer for folks all around the world. We can look at something like, we already looked at air pollution from energy. We can look at outdoor labor loss, where we were headed in terms of outdoor labor loss for folks who work outside in construction and roofing and public works and firefighting. I come from a big family of firefighters, so this is super important to me, those folks that are out there in extreme heat all the time for their livelihood. But we can also, there's tons of impacts here that you can drill into depending on what most interests you and what most interests your constituents. And we have some mapping features. So this is the one place where we can take the global and make it more local for you. So for example, we can look at a sea level rise flood map. Takes a little bit more time to do this. We can look at any place in the world. I looked at the attendee list, and I don't know if everyone's still here, but I know we had some folks from where I'm from, which is Rhode Island. And you can zoom in to a part of the world that you care about, and you can see the different ways that different impacts could affect your community. So here we are. This is Newport, Rhode Island. This is a super popular commercial area at Newport, Rhode Island. This is like some of my favorite places. And we can see how we've changed blue to green. And that green is land that we've now saved from flooding from sea level rise because of the policy interventions we've made to keep the global average temperature down. We can do that for sea level rise. We can do that for, let's look at extreme heat and humidity. I know there were some folks from, let's see, northern Georgia. Do we have that? So you can see the difference between the baseline scenario, which is here, 29 plus days with wet bulb temperatures above 78 Fahrenheit. Wet bulb temperature above that means our sweat won't evaporate. It's that hot and that humid that it becomes that much of a danger to public health. So you can see here we are in Hampton, Georgia. We had 29 plus days, and we cut those days in half to 15 to 28 because of the interventions we made. We can do it for 2 more local impacts. We can do it for, let's see, wildfire danger days. So I think we had folks here from Lansing. Let's zoom in, and you can see the difference in the wildfire danger days. Going from 14 to 29 wildfire danger days a year, cut in half to 7 to 13. And you can do something like, I got one more map that we can show you that localizes impacts. We have likelihood of prolonged drought. So I think we had some folks from Kansas. Here we are in Kansas. So you can explore any place in the world and any of these impacts and drill in and see the way that impacts you. So it's not going to be easy. It's going to be worth it. If you are interested in either taking a deeper dive in En-ROADS, having a workshop done for colleagues, staff, having a workshop done, town hall for your constituents, we're here to help. And I'll take any questions you have in the back.
So the world we just created, in the rainforest in South America, see what the rainforest is gonna look like.
You mean land use change, like cover? We don't have land use change in here, so we can't see the change of the cover of the forest. That would be a great one to add. Yes. Yep.
This gives you an equity analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Factors go into that. The second question is there a distinction in the model between large scale and distributed renewable resources?
Everything here is pretty large. Everything here is being done on a pretty large scale because it's a global model. So I don't know if that answers your second question. Your first question is there's some that are, mathematically in the model where you can pull up graphs, but honestly, most of the kind of equity implications that we're looking at, they're just built into the user guide to say, here are case studies that are cited of instances where this could go wrong unless it's thoughtfully and carefully crafted. And so it's more of a reference than something we model. I mean, we did the cost of energy to consumers, right? And so that's an equity implication. If we're going to have a carbon price and raise the cost, we have to have a way for people to make up those costs. So in some cases, yes, and in other cases, it's just there for you in a more of a qualitative data sense for you to explore. Yep.
Just equitable transition or job creation, that kind of thing.
Yes, yes, yep. So they'll be cited there, but for example, we don't have a graph where we can pull up changes in jobs between fields and sectors. Yeah, we have tried to do that in the past, and maybe we will be able to do it in the future. So those are some of the limitations of the model. Yes. Yep. Yep.
Think about policies very selfishly, I mean that in a sense,
Mhm.
very kind of focused on yourself and get a sense of what the implications would be for your own location. Is that part of the design, or do you have a 2.0 where you drill down to the location specifically?
Nope, no 2.0. So the important thing about En-ROADS is that it's trying to fill a niche in the climate policy modeling community. There are national models out there. There are regional models out there. There are local models out there. They're not going to be free, fast, readily available. You can run this on any laptop, any browser. You can run it right now after this session if you want to. They're in 21 languages, all of that. So it's trying to create something that's highly accessible. And the reason why it's like lightning fast like that and all of those other wonderful things is because it's globally aggregated. So when we use this, we really want people to come away with a sense of, oh, wow, that was a lot higher or lower leverage than I thought, or it worked better together than it did apart, or, oh, there's a way that I can multi-solve for another societal issue. Oh my goodness, I didn't know that this would impact my community in that way. High level, but if you want to drill down, you have to use other modeling tools. Yeah, okay. I can just unplug. Let me just do that.
Thank you, Crystal. Thank you so much, Crystal. That was incredible. We were just chatting with some electeds. What would you do if you had a magic wand to be able to solve the climate emergency? You just gave that to us. And I think really impactful. We'll have a lot of time to unpack that later at dinner. We welcome everyone to come 6 p.m. at Sante for our no-host dinner at Sante at the Ritz. So we can unpack that. But we know what that magic wand actually is. That magic wand is policy making. That magic wand is building coalitions. That magic wand is leadership. And that's what we're so grateful to you. We're going to close out this portion of the program now. I'm going to bring up Frida and Alex to talk about next steps and where do we go from here. Thank you so much again to Crystal.
All right, amazing. So tomorrow, does everyone know where they're going and when they're going? And I'm sure no one does. So we're going to make some clarity on that before we leave. But first I want to talk about just about the importance of what we're doing tomorrow. Because sometimes when we go to Congress, it's another congressional visit. Who here has been to Congress? Probably. Yeah, most of us have done a congressional visit. So we understand how this works. And sometimes we end up meeting with staffers that are 20 years younger than us, right? It's just how our American democracy works. We don't pay our members of Congress staff as much as we should, and they cycle through a lot. However, the very fact that you are there is what really matters too, because that translates up to the senator or to the member, right? The other thing is you might know them and they might know you too, which I know is a lot of the folks here. So they remember that too. And it's saying you took the time to be there matters. So it is really important for those who are able to come tomorrow to make those visits, and we'll have a wonderful time while doing it. You can do a photo shoot with the Capitol with our amazing photography staff, or you can, whatever makes it wonderful to you. So with that though, Frida has some details of, we'll answer all your burning questions about where and when to be. And please, the one bit of advice on it is though, pay attention to the text threads that you're on, because that will give you the most up-to-date information as well. But Frida?